as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. This is Spring 2025. We are in week number 3, and that means it's the final lap for Phase 1. This is day number 1 of week 3. My name is Husky, alongside the gentleman Neptune with me on broadcast. And right off the bat, we gotta first and foremost, grow some wings if we haven't yet. Red Bull, we're so proud to have them as our official partner for not just the spring, but also the fall season. Our official energy drink partner. You've probably seen it a couple of times. The players holding multiple flavors. And if you haven't had one yet, take a swig and you might just grow wings and play like that.
Definitely, I mean, this is a new week and it's time to refresh and get energized because everyone is really on fire right now. As you did mention, this is a last chance. This groupings that we have for the next 3 days will be the last chance for them to identify who is the top 12 and as well as the top 8 that will be going into Clash Squad. More of that later on infographics that we're going to show you about. Really excited on how this is going to end up right now. But before we go there, we'll have our prediction right here at the bottom. And so far, pretty much from what happened last time that we cast it together, it's pretty much the same other than the order of the second and third.
Yeah, and we have been hitting it on the nail so far. The teams didn't really disappoint. At least we got the teams that finished first correct. But whenever BRU is in the conversation, we have to include BRU in the conversation. So too bad, right? They took one of the slots. WAG and Devil's Divine have been phenomenal. Like especially Evil's Divine, right? They bounced back very, very hard. But WAG, they've been keeping tabs on the situation too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Evo's Divine, though, they managed to get the record for this season of grabbing 4 booyahs in a day, and that is why they really moved up. But for WAG, it's quite phenomenal, really, what they did so far all throughout the past 2 weeks, and I guess there will be more. But they are in the same spot right now on 5th currently, but there's a lot more that they can do because out of this grouping, we have group in A and C right now, so they can push a little bit further, but who's above them that they need to overtake? First is Evo's Divine. Let's take away Buram United. Evo's Divine and then Team Falcons if they want to get to that 3rd place after RRQ, who is in Group B.
Yeah, like WAG, they played 4 days. They only had 1 underwhelming day, but the rest were great. All of this culminating to a astounding prize pool. If you win the whole thing, the Battle Royale, you walk away with $100,000. Of course, everyone gets a piece of the pie. Really comes down to how big of a piece you get. If a team scores Team of the Day, they get $250 extra for each day they get that achievement. And for the Grand Finals MVP for Battle Royale, that's an extra 4K.
Yeah, and for the tournament timeline, this is what we have seen and will be seeing so far. So far, we're in the 3rd week from 9 to 11, and 2 weeks has passed, and we are getting close to the end of the first phase of the knockout stage. We still have a few more weeks, 3 more weeks after this to get in before the grand finals. And we also have 2 days of Clash Squad within week 5 as well as week 6 before we head into 13 and 14 of June for both grand finals. And tournament format, as we keep mentioning, there's phase 1, so it is happening from the 25th up until 11th of this month, and then it starts off on the 16th to the 1st of June for phase 2. And I love how we're talking about and keep talking about how the phase 2 format really changes the game. I love to see them play because at some point a lot of the shuffling will be done out of these 2 teams.
Absolutely. Like phase 2 gives teams that are not at the top a fighting chance, right? Like a last chance to make it to playoffs. When we look at phase number 2, we first need to find the top 12 teams by the end of this week. And then when we head into phase 2, that is where it gets scrappy, right? The top 1 team for every single day for week 4 and 5 instantly makes it to the grand finals. And then the remaining bottom teams from week 4 and 5 are going to duke it out for 6 final slots. And then they'll hit into the grand finals to compete for that coveted $100,000. But the one thing that does not change for Free Fire is the point system. 1 point for each elimination, 12 points for booyahs, and when it comes down to tiebreakers, we look at number of booyahs, then total eliminations, and then final ranking in the game.
And the reason why it hasn't changed is because it is working. And if it's working, why fix it? I mean, why change that? So I guess that is one thing that really has been consistent all throughout, and it has been working for them. Another addition, for those of you who are just coming in the broadcast as of just today and missing the first 2 weeks, we had the unique active skill activated. So none of those spams of Tatsuyas or A124 or Koda. So all you have to do is pick one for each player for active skill, but for the passive, it can be duplicated.
Yeah, and overall, it's just a very good way for these players and teams to express their identities. We've seen so much of it, right? We've seen people experimenting with Oscar, for example, or no Tatsuya composition. But we also have to talk about Champion Rush format, which will happen in the grand finals. all you guys need to know is every team will try to reach 80 points as fast as they can to activate Champion Rush next game. A team that reaches 80 points, if they get Booyah from any point onwards, they will instantly win the championship. But if they don't, we will keep repeating the process until we either reach a maximum of 10 games where the team with the highest mark wins, or a team that's unlocked the condition gets the Booyah.
Oh, we have a LBS challenge right now. So I guess this is another thing compared to the challenge that we've seen for the past few weeks. And there's different challenge in every match day. So I guess this is a summary of what has been happening for the past few weeks, and it would depend on whether it's a battle point, a special challenge, or elimination race. And so far, we've seen a few losers really take up the challenge, but we have seen and heard some that really are wanting to fight back, wanting to get back on the winning team.
We've seen some teams, accept defeat in grace, but we've seen some teams who refuse to admit defeat and, are looking to strike back. But it's all fun and games of these players. They are very close to each other, very tight-knit community that we have here. And it's good to see them, being a lot more expressive, right? Like, Free Fire is made out of so many young players. A lot of times they might get camera shy, they might get awkward, but we are slowly breaking them out of that shell. And here are the team lineups for today. This is Group A, of course. We have seen them multiple times, and I think today is going to be so much more important because, at least for Malaysia, right? Because, we've got Toda, we've got Expand, they are both at the very, very bottom, and this is their final chance to try to get top 12.
Yeah, let's see if they can get top 12, because looking at it, Expand has needs 61 points to reach that top 12, and 78 coming from Todak, or that is needed by Todak to reach that, and above them is so much. But we saw earlier Visaka Sriwijaya, a team that did phenomenal in the second day that they played in. I guess the first day that they started is their new introduction or debut into Southeast Asia Free Fire World Series. But after that, after they made a study and homework, they went off and really topped that day. So let's see if this is the chance that they can reach that top 12, because above them, currently on 12th spot, is GOW, and they need 26 points to be able to take them out of that spot.
Yeah, that is the benchmark for today, at least for Visaka Sriwijaya, who, had a rocky journey, right? They have the lowest of lows, 33 points being the lowest, almost the lowest overall. Only, in contention is Toda with their lowest, 22 points throughout the group stage. But they also had very high highs, 82 points in a single day, which is their current record at least. Another standout, I would say, is Vamos, right? I think, for the past year or two, we looked at Malaysian teams and we reached a point where we are okay if they don't make it far. We just want to see some improvement. But Vamos, in their day 3 and 4 performance, really came out swinging. It's now currently sitting in top 8. Not just a good spot to make it the top 12 in phase 2, but also to qualify for the Clash Wars Swiss round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from the first week, or from the introduction of the second week for Team Vamos, the scores just went up 32% from in the daily, averaging around 56, 59 per day, and then hit the 70 mark in each day. And that is just quite an improvement. Hopefully, they will be the motivation for Malaysian teams to be able to do the same. As you mentioned, Expand Todak, there's a lot that's needed from them. And again, we're talking about the last 3 days for phase 1, and hopefully they can get all those points, leaving some of the teams behind, so it will be much easier for them in the upcoming weeks to be able to get to the finals.
Yeah, last 3 days of phase 1, but only 2 for every single team out there, right? So, they hold their fate in their hands for sure. I know the Expand coach, he DM'd me on Instagram and he was telling me that, Expand, they're the sleeping giants. They're going to be awakened in the last week. So we'll see if they can do just that. We also have the Tornado Challenge. And first of all, we got to see which region will have the highest score. And, I mean, why are we doing this again? Like,
Again,
is this a contest?
Well, this is a daily challenge that we have so far, but again, Tornado Challenge, it's probably a region that would sweep the rest of the regions across the map, each map. But when we look at the balance of the teams out there in the group, like there's only 2 in there coming from Thailand, 4, if I'm not mistaken, from Indonesia, and 4 from Vietnam, and 2 coming from Malaysia. So the balance would be quite off. It's a little bit skewed. So it seems like 2 regions might have that greater chance.
Yeah, and hopefully, we can. This is actually one of the best chance for every single one to, take down the Thai region. There is a bit of a handicap, some might say. There's BRU, and then there's Core Memory Esports, who aren't really doing too well, sitting in 15th spot, 187 points. Good of a way to balance out the skills, but still, BRU, they're pretty scary in nature. And today, we gotta look at the game schedule, right? As all of you regular viewers know, that we shuffle around the maps every single day. But today, you can start with Bermuda, then we go to Alpine, then Kalahari, Nextera, Purgatory, before we spin the wheel for the random map.
And for the random map so far, in terms of record, 3 Alpines has happened already, 2 Bermudas, and 1 Kalahari. So chances are, if it's Alpine, there's a huge chance that Borneo United will be able to dominate that. But not only that, apart from BRU, WAG really is doing quite well in Alpine. Before we had go ahead of ourselves, Bermuda rather. Evo's Divine topped it with 2 Booyahs and 112 points, followed by Borneo United and none other than Team Vamos with that 90 points. So far, all of these 3 is coming from the same group.
Yeah, music to my ears having Team Vamos on the board. As a representative, again, they woke up in the 3rd and 4th day. Today, if they can continue that momentum, I think we might have just found the next up-and-coming team, the rising star for the region. On Evo's Divine also having a heck of week number 2, sitting in 1st place. But then, of course, you have BRU in the conversation. So I really want to see how these 3 teams interact, because they come from very different backgrounds, they have very different play style, and now they dominate the top 3 chart on this map.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, this is an OG map that we have right here. Bermuda, where the green grass of Bermuda, as often say. But I guess we're about ready to fly off. So let's head over to Bermuda for our game number 1.
This is going to be a litmus test, a taste test, to see if the teams that rose up in week number 2 can continue that momentum and take down those who have been dominating all this while. Gotta check out the flight path first. Last time we cast it together, it's very generous, and it still is generous from southeast to northwest.
I don't think Free Fire Gods will be giving us any tough drop or flight path right now, but we're seeing a few teams already spreading out. Not so much of a hot drop. Apart from those very near to each other, we're in Vamos on Mars Electric, as well as WAG in Pochinok. But from the middle, it's Joel, who might have gotten lost. Their team has dropped into Cape Town, but they're slowly peeking into peak with where Borneo United is.
See if that's gonna end up being a punish, at least for Evo's Divine side. They are overlapping. Are they? Oh wait, they're not overlapping. It's just them. So north side of Plantation, very safe drop, got everything around, and there is actually Team Flash. I was wondering why there's a shade of orange. So indeed, there is a hot drop happening, and Team Flash, and I want to pull the pick. The first Evos instantly responds in kind 2v1. Aim God somehow makes it out. Buys a bit of time, maybe CD still takes him down, and Evo's Divine makes the call to disengage.
That's the thing, though. I mean, Aim God needed 3 to beat him and take him out, and then the rest of the teams will just spread away. I mean, Shipyard, very, very near. Razia has been taken down. I guess it doesn't have a sniper just yet, but Coachil might have been the saving grace for this team. But no, who follows? Team Flash, and then he gets back to where they were, or somewhere close to where they were, into that riverside, and it's a getaway for him. The only question is, where is Ray?
That would be, and I think they split out, right? They split out to increase the chance of survival. Vamos and WAG both teams who are on the rise, duking it out. Of course, WAG having numbers advantage. Vamos left with just 2. Gade and Jude both critically injured. And Alan has just the right weapon to wipe the floor with Team Vamos, getting themselves 4 points at the start of the game.
Oh yeah, 4 points, but no complete wipe just yet. They might be having one more player for the team Vamos, but we'll have to find out where he is. And I guess they might have spotted another team as well. And there you have it on the feed as well. We've seen a revival on June, so Vamos still alive though. Those cheering for the Malaysian team, don't worry.
Still in it to win it. There's still a chance, for Vamos to turn it around, albeit slower thanks to the early interaction with WAG. GOW currently being the benchmark in 12th place, looking to raise the bar, and they have been sort of on the in the middle of the pack, right? Like this team has always been around. They've always been the one that makes a difference in the standings, at least set the benchmark, gatekeep teams that want to make it through, but we haven't really seen they themselves break through, deep into the top pool.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to bring themselves up, because currently GOW is on 12th spot. But the battle continues between Vamos and WAG, and the Axel will be taken down. There goes M590 domination, but who's knocking the door? It is Team Todak, who will be heading in factory. Vehicle being pulled by Alan right now, but wasn't able to get away. They got a sniff on where the opponents are, and I guess they are preparing to get this Todak beat down. But if in case Core Memory changes their mind and introduce themselves a little bit early, this will be a 3-way battle.
So far that wouldn't be the case. Core Memories are busy getting taken down by Onyx Olympus. Todak now with a triple stack up. Alan and Cyrus playing this one-to-one defense, and now they're gonna make their move out of there, realizing that they're outnumbered and just enough to get away from Todak. So WAG, they cut all their losses, with Krillin actually getting blown up by Lozzy. That's revenge for the earlier loss that they've taken. WAG now have to slow down.
Let's see if they'll be able to bring Clearing back, and also with the Silk Bunker already here available for them, they might be able to equip themselves a little bit more. But no, they are still focused and probably distracted by Team Vamos. G'day is just dropping in, and everyone is chasing him out. The rest of the teams has nothing or can do nothing at this point. Probably just save up a few more coins to bring him back up.
Yeah, and WAG still retaining whatever they have at the start of the day, just being caught taking a stroll in the open, and that should be another point given the WAG will happen. Maybe just eating off of Vamos so far. That's point number 6 as we also say goodbye to Core Memory.
Yeah, Core Memory has been taken down by Borderam United, and as you can see, they have eyes on Todak as well, and shots on them, but Todak managed to revive a few, like Jojo right here, and they need to get away. If they want to get all those points towards the end, or probably get placement points as well, they need to move away from Borderam United. Though they don't know that this is Borderam United that they will be pacing off, they need to ease away from any engagement up until mid game.
Just play slow. There's still a lot of time and space to work with, and Onyx making the exact choice, just completely disengaged from GOW. Even though they had the full team around, they just didn't want any smoke. So GOW also gets a free pass to rotate, but this is the Malaysian Derby. Todak have finally caught up with Vamos, who have spent majority of the round just trying to recover, but it seems like there's no rest for the wicked.
There's no rest, definitely. I mean, they are here to get more. And speaking of no rest, Vamos right now against Todak. So there's really no resting at this point. No points for Todak just yet. They missed that opportunity earlier to go for the third party, and they're trying to beat Team Vamos in this punch. But the Axel against 2 players from Todak is doing well. You're really protecting himself and distracting the rest of the team. But Vamos right now, I guess they will not make that move unless they see the next phase of the circle that will be closing in a bit, and then that's where they make that decision.
Vamos are sitting at the edge as well. They have the high ground advantage, but eventually they will have to pass through Todak if that's the direction that they take straight down. Obviously, the Axel is still holding both Noki and Vidal, but not for long. They finally make their move. Goes for a double up on the Axel, who was completely unprepared for that. So Vamos, again, not able to formulate any response to their aggressors. Najun having the vehicle to drive off, but unfortunately, he might have to just sack whoever was left behind, and Vamos continues to be on the back foot.
I think though, that is Lozy for the distraction on the left side, and then the one on the right hand side. Not quite sure why Lozy really fired against Todak, because the vehicle is more of to get their attention. So for him to get into the circle, but he just switched around. Probably chances that more chances to be able to survive on a vehicle, but Lozy is in a loss right now. Half HP, no healing being done, and there's no time to stop to heal, as well as 2 players from Todak will be eliminating him in a bit. And also, just in case Lozy gets into the zone, 2 more players will be waiting.
His best hope right now is just to buy as much time as possible, because there might be an X Factor coming in. Visaka Sriwijaya showing up, and you can hear the roar of the engine. They are here to clean it up, if anything. Lozy might be the victor. In fact, Vidal's gets up, being taken down by Joel. So Todak, they chased after a hare, but they ran into a lion instead, and it's a pride of them. All 4 members of VSJ surrounding Noki. Maybe Lozy will get the last lap, retiring them into a couple of shots. Gardu finds Noki, and Todak loses 2 members just like that.
And 2 members really at the risk, but it was quite a surprise now. They're just waiting, as you mentioned. They are just preying on 1 player, but here comes the predator. That is Visaka Sriwijaya, who went in for those elimination, and also following him, the prey that they save, eliminating Lozy in that area. Now, heading over to Clock Tower, 3 teams already taking each compound. Bigatron, Onyx, as well as Evo's Divine. But I think Evo's Divine has more advantage on their position. High ground, open area, and there's also a huge chance that anyone who gets in will be eliminated.
Yeah, Clock Tower, very nice spot to defend if you can get the main building. Obviously, there's also Bigatron nearby that can be the X Factor and draw the attention of Onyx away. But just looking at where Evos is positioned, they have controlled majority of the entry point. And not just that, having that high ground, like you mentioned, gives them a good vantage point over other teams presiding in the area. We just caught a glimpse of GOW from the southern side as well, from Clock Tower. Team Flash coming in north of Onyx. It's about to get very messy in this spot.
Yeah, definitely messy indeed. 4 teams already in, and Team Flash will be making that, I would say they will be making a little bit of noise, because Onyx Olympus has stayed silent in this area because of the number of teams already here. But with Team Flash being taken by the blue right now, will they be able to fight back as fairly compared to those who is already in the zone? But no, they went away, flew in, and take another compound, a one that is not occupied, bringing us 4 in the same area.
Yep. Everyone gets a house, and all of them are in the circle for now, but it is going to change pretty soon when the blue starts closing in. So everyone gets to take a breather, surround Evo's Divine, who, just look at this map right here, BRU.
Oh yeah.
Just playing the same old style that they have been when they are comfortably in the lead. No rush at all. They read the circle right. No conflict with any single team aside from Core Memory earlier on, which they did wipe out eventually. But they will be coming in from Factory, the southeastern side. And I think BRU, they can take this slow.
Yeah, I mean, they have been doing that track tactic all throughout. Every time that they win a day, they are taking it slow. They just take advantage of some of the teams who are like probably more stragglers, who are out in the open. And then when it comes to a much tighter space, then that's where they will bring it on. As you can see, 11 teams alive and 43 survivors in the battlefield, and we're looking at a very small zone, very small circle within Clock Tower.
And Kochu starting things off with a knockdown, expand, taking the beating. There's a BTR. Slowly also Pels expand. They are surrounded. All the Indonesian teams are just throwing grenades at them, utilities, left, right, and center. Too many angles to expand the cover. They gotta pick a poison, and Koja is the one who hits the jackpot. A nade onto 2 members of Expand, and they are here to pick it up and collect the reward. and it's just easy pickings overall. Expansion, no chance in this building.
Little to no chance indeed. But we still have one more who is alive for Expand. It is Loki, who's just getting high key at that point in that rooftop. So managed to get away. BTR still above or below him. And let's see if he can gather points that they need. No, nade onto him. It is Koja. Splits Blitz to make it more of a damage, but not so much survivability on him. A few HP remaining. Riptide Riddle as well coming from the other side. And it was Onyx who puts in the final nail in the coffin.
And in the meantime, BRU finally shows the presence in them against WAG with Wasana getting the first knockdown. Allen also getting picked up by Buffy is Todak, the third party in this entire chain of events. BRU gets the wipeout first onto WAG, but Todak's presence very well noted. Let's see if Todak can take advantage of this.
And the one thing though, I mean, despite Abraham United getting close to like WAG, it's not just them damaging that team. There's a lot of help coming from afar, but Jonah has been taken down with a God Nade coming from Todak, and here comes the pickup plus a backup as well. But this is a trap. Don't get in because Borderham United is just waiting for you, and there goes two down simultaneously.
And BRU, the patience is paying off. Todak, the next team on the list, on the blacklist of BRU. 8 points just like that, and Fire is going to be left out to dry. Gotta choose either the blue or BRU. None of them are good choices. He's left all alone. BRU just waiting for the inevitable pickup onto Fire. And even then, BRU, when they start rotating, there's no team to stop them. It's a clear path in front.
And that's one thing. I mean, they wait before they get a chance to go in for a team versus team. And the moment that they will have that opportunity, they will wipe them out. Fai is the only one remaining right here. And as you can see, they're not really chasing against the other teams who are fighting on the other side. They are just focusing on eliminating, making sure that no one will be backstabbing them. But speaking of eliminating, Onyx Olympus has been eliminated. That is from the hands of Evo's Divine, and as well as Todak from Borem United.
Finally perishing to the blue, and it is a clear path for BRU forward. The next team that has a chance of stopping them is going to be Visaka Sriwijaya. The rest of the squads are hanging around on the northwestern side of Clock Tower with She Flash, Evos, Vamos, BTR, all clumped up in a tight area, and they are all going to be forced to move towards the circle very soon. Joel with the first knock onto Aim God and picks him up.
Yeah, let's see if the pickup will help. Coach Chill will be taken down from the hands of GOW, and it is troublesome for Evo's Divine right now because the Blues taking them in. The launch pad to be able to get on top of everyone, but BTR is also waiting on them as they battle against Bisaka Sriwijaya. This compound might help Bisaka Sriwijaya at this point. Ray has been pushed away as Rasia will be picked up. No contention on the other side. Losi is still waiting for a pickup coming from G'day. It's just chaos overall in this side.
Pandemonium. And the first victim is going to be Team Vamos, BRU, and GOW still chilling on the southern side. They are going to engage in their own fight, but the main event still happens in what we see on screen. BTR, Kyung, Diggs all trying to find their way to the labyrinth of blue wall, but it's so tough. Kyung finally breaks through as Visaka Sriwijaya takes down Evo's Divine. Riptide Rhythm from 10 miles away. All the glue walls that they put up starts going down. GOW will make themselves known by taking down a couple of members of BRU, but VESJ somehow are the ones who comes out the winner, unaffected by the utilities. Glue wall melters from behind, thrown by Team Flash and BTR. They're waiting for their chances.
Now let's see if they can get their chances, and will it pay off? Team Flash is the one taking Bisaka Sriwijaya at this point when they are just waiting for the time as the circle shifts. But they still have to make that none for Bisaka Sriwijaya. Two teams remain, BTR and GOW. And let's see who gets it to 3v3, make that 3v2 as GOW. As you mentioned, they are on their way to get away from that 12.
BTR, they have control of the circle for now. GOW will have to be the one that starts progressing forward. The glue wall making it a bit more complicated. Dian needs some time to heal back up, but BTR is just laying on the pressure, not giving it an opportunity. Grenades start missing. You see the glue wall blocking off the window, and that will give breathing room to GOW. Mixing into the building, steps on the trip. My Kyung takes out Tan to even out the playing field. Glue wall gets put up. Tan will be able to pick himself back up. Yanbin rushes on outside, looking for Diggs. A double out from behind. Diggs needs to survive this encounter. Walls himself up to buy time, but it's not enough. Kyung ends up being the victim, and now Diggs has to deal with the entirety of GOW, who will chase him down, knock him down, and it will be GOW to open things up with the booyah.
GOW showing that they are really gods of Wolf at this point. First booyah of the day for the Vietnamese team, and it is not easy, especially on that final, or before we get to the final circle. It was 11 teams down to 7 and then down to 2, where they really had a man advantage, but that loss because of that trip mine almost brought it to an equalizer. But it's a good thing that a pickup has been done in time for them to get back.
They also won the most important fight off screen, which was against BRU, because GOW and BRU were the only teams that isn't involved in the chaos that we were seeing on screen. They were on the southern side of the circle, and in a fair fight, GOW just beat BRU, which is something that we don't see often, and they took that opportunity to recompose themselves, recuperate, and move on forward to dismantle the remainders of whatever happened in that chaotic sequence of events.
Definitely. I mean, it is chaos. One thing I would say, though, for Bigatron Delta, they have not left that area from, I would say, the second phase of the circle. They didn't get that much chance to really roam around and get a few more loots, a few more resources for them, but I guess they were getting it from the teams that they were eliminating. But for GOW, coming from Observatory, they just have to move down and then follow the blue from the clock tower as to where it ended. It was quite tight, though, from the first shift of the circle towards that final circle, but it was just all worth it for GOW.
Yeah, just fantastic gameplay from GOW. We came into this today and saying that they are the benchmark, they are looking to raise the bar, and indeed they have raised the bar. You know, it works in very mysterious ways. GOW somehow managed to find their way into the final phases of the game and beat out the toughest team out there to secure themselves a good chance to eventually take down BTR, despite BTR's best efforts to level the playing field.
Yeah, that's one thing, though. I mean, BTR has been changing their pace overall. They're not that too aggressive team already, which I love. But so far for this final battle, BTR could have taken that win, but GOW is just a little bit too aggressive. Much more cover coming from them, more resource, I would say. But we're going to hear more from this team as we head over to the interview. Let's bring it to Vietnam and hear what the Booyah Takers has to say.
And it's a booyah for Vietnam. Welcome everybody to our interview after the match. And you know, right next to me is a future that might seem to be far away, but so familiar. Can you introduce yourself please? Xin chào tất cả mọi người, và đây là gương mặt tưởng chừng như lạ nhưng mà rất là quen. Bạn có thể giới thiệu bản thân mình cho các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Mình là Yanbin, đến từ Gao.
This is Yanbin from Gao Esports. So first of all, congratulations for your first booyah of the day. I was really surprised because this is Gao Esports and seems like they have changed a lot. So Yanbin, how do you feel right now? Have you feel comfortable and getting used to your team these days? Thì lời đầu tiên là Yusu xin được chúc mừng Gao Esports cùng với Yanbin, các bạn đã rất xuất sắc ở trong trận đấu đầu tiên với một cái booyah dành cho đội tuyển của mình. Thì không biết là hiện tại là Yanbin đã thực sự cảm thấy thân thuộc với Gao Esports chưa? Mọi người đã quen được với lối chơi của nhau chưa ạ?
Sau 2 tuần thi đấu thì bọn mình cũng rút ra được khá là nhiều kinh nghiệm. Thì bọn mình cũng tính toán hết rồi. Bọn mình sẽ cố gắng vào top 8.
After our 2 weeks of competitive, we feel like we are getting used to other, and now we feel like we are the perfect match until now. And we will try our best to join into the top 8, which is a Clash Squad mode. So into our second questions. I can see that the combat with Buriram United Esports was so intense. I would like to ask you that, who called that scene and how can you guys play so perfect like that? what glued you guys into each other? Thì có một cái pha thi đấu hồi nãy là bọn mình có một cái pha combat rất là căng thẳng với Buriram Unit Esports. Thì Yusu muốn hỏi là lúc đó là ai đã là người con team chính và làm sao mà mọi người có thể gắn kết với nhau được để tạo ra một cái màn combat hoàn hảo đến như vậy vậy ạ?
Thì trong trận đấu thì bọn mình sẽ không biết team nào, cho nên là gặp team nào thì cùng hướng bo với mình thì bọn mình sẽ đẩy thôi.
Cùng hướng bo là mình sẽ đẩy thôi. Vậy thì nếu như mà là con chính thì ai sẽ là con chính?
Thì đây anh nha.
Ghê dạ. So for the main color of the team, it would be Diane, and we feel like because in the team we don't know who play in the circle with us. We don't know what team we will confront of. So that's why we just keep going. We just join together in the circle and we play our best in that. So Yanbin, since you said that you will be in top 8, do you have any how do I say? Do you have any guess that any Vietnamese team will join with you in the top 8? Thì Danh Bin cũng đã nói là mình sẽ cố gắng đạt được top 8 cùng với Gao Esports rồi. Thì Danh Bin có dự đoán là sẽ có những đội tuyển Việt Nam nào vào top 8 cùng với mình không?
Theo mình đoán thì sẽ có WG, Collab, Heavy với lại mình.
Oh, so for his guess for the top 8 Vietnamese to join the Clash Squad mode, it would be WAG, Team Flash, Heavy, and Gao Esports. Cảm ơn Jamie rất là nhiều và Yusun mong rằng là sẽ được gặp nhiều thành viên khác của Gao Esports và tất nhiên là từ WAG và đồng thời là Team Flash của trên màn phỏng vấn của Yusun lần này. Thank you so much for watching us on our interview. And now let's head back to our caster and see the game stats.
There you have it, Yan Bin, who has been recently introduced to GAO or GOW Esports, and has been doing well. Like coming from Team Flash before it changed to Y Esports, and now moving to a different team. I guess this is their way to really move up in, I would say, the Vietnamese scene. Not only that, in the Southeast Asia, with his leadership, I guess that would bring us more from this team.
Yeah, one of the few veterans, one of the few elites from the Vietnamese region, right? With his tenure with Team Flash, we have seen the highs and lows, and every time we talk about Team Flash, he is one of the figures that we cannot leave out of the dialogue. And now seeing him in a different color, it definitely feels weird in the beginning, but you can start to understand why he is such a decorated player in the scene. Even though when he was with Team Flash, it didn't feel like Team Flash made it all that far, but they were one of the first few teams that put Vietnam on the map before teams like GOW and WAG showed up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the tenacity that like Team Flash, formerly known as Y Esports, is similar to what we've seen from PE from before. They have been pushed down, though. I mean, they have been aggressive all throughout. But before we go there, let's head over to MVP Dion. 6 elimination. Not so much of damage because of all the chaos that's been happening, but they were raking onto the points, wearing that Coda, Joseph Nairi, and that Kairos, and also using that Bison up close and personal. Well, really, this guy will be hitting it with that Nairi, as well as that Kairos, that breaker mode, as well as that defense breaker that he's been using, converting EP or energy points to help them in this fight. But for the rest of the teams, not so much of difference in terms of skills, but in terms of pet, we are seeing Flash. So I guess knowing Yan Bin, he will just let people gun him from behind because he's using that Flash.
Yeah, he is so confident, you know, in just moving forward. It's all about the aggression from this team, right? You have good intel gatherers with the Coda, and once Skylar says go, Riptide Rhythm Online, they just go. And in fact, we saw how they took the fight against BRU. Even when you just look at the icons on the map, they were not afraid to engage, win the fight. And then when it came down to BTR, it's just full speed ahead. The communication was on point the whole time.
Yeah, it's on point indeed. And let's see what else will be done by GOW. In terms of team stats, it is DN, as mentioned earlier, with 6 elimination, 3 elimination coming from Yanbin, and 1 each for Ton and Demon. And with assist, though, I mean, really, Yanbin as well as Ton has done so much for the key players. Apart from the highest elimination, we also have Moshi as a sniper with highest damage. I guess Moshi is the one who stole those damage away from the end, plus the assist coming from Wasana. But as you did mention, these are the teams that are GOW as the ones who took down Borneo United, though. So let's see on how much Borneo United has taken in the later points, in the later stats when we look at the game stat.
Oh yeah, and I mean even right now for GOW with the 23 points, it's definitely going to help them in the overall standings. And you just look at who is in front of them, right? Like it was All Gamer Global. I think they've gotten enough points to overtake AG Global for now. Even BTR didn't do too bad, right? Second place, and BRU, despite getting knocked out by GOW, they racked up decent points before their demise. So at the end of the day, the teams that we expect to be on the top are there. You know, we got GOW, BRU, WAG, off to a slightly slower start.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Expand as well as Core Memory. Like Expand really coming from, if I'm not mistaken, they went in from Sentosa and then introduced themselves into Factory before heading to Clock Tower. They have been eliminated a little bit early. The same goes for Core Memory. They went in from Hangar, and the moment that the other teams has been put in the mix because of the push or the shift of the circle, they didn't get a chance to get those points compared to what we've seen Visaka Sriwijaya has done, coming from Cape Town and then slowly moving in. But they've been doing great performance so far, and it is with the help of our sponsor, Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. When it comes to performance, there's no one else to call bad but this guy.
Yeah, it is a bad boy because it's equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, and it also features an enhanced Vulkan engine, improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. And on top of that, it has great AI technology for people who might not want to use it for gaming, but you want to use it for photography, shoot some videos. It has whatever you need, right? You want to crop someone out of the background, do what you need to do. It will get the job done.
No more photo bombers at this point. That has been a problem of all photographers, all mobile users. That is what Samsung, well, one thing that Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra has in there. But as we look, we have just finished, and it's quite fast in terms of games. Game number 1's already done, and we're heading into game number 2, Alpine. The only question is, will GOW fall for the same curse or same trap of grabbing that booyah and then bombing out early in the next?
And that has always been kind of the story, right? The pattern for a lot of teams. They start off great, and then they fall off a cliff afterwards. And hopefully that's not the case. Well, at least for Alpine, we won't have RRQ, Kazu in the mix, but we still have WAG and BRU.
Yeah, I mean, WAG has 5 points ahead of Borneo United, and it is a fact as well that there are certain days that Borneo United really didn't work out, like in more of the 2 Alpine games or game day. So that is possibly the reason why they have been pushed down number 2. But let's not take it away from WAG as well. They've done so much in terms of how they performed in week 2. Thus, they took a lead in this map. The only question remains, will they do it once again, or will Borneo United will be topping it off?
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case. You know, we've seen how BRU played game 1, and I think that would be the trend for the rest of the night, where they just take it slow and then they come in at the very last moment to get some extra points as we gear up to move into round number 2 of the day. It's not going to slow down anytime soon, so better buckle up. We got Alpine coming up.
Alpine indeed, and looking at the flight path right now, it's not that cruel, but a little bit shifting towards the south, but it gives an opening to Snowfall where Borneo United often drops, and it would depend on where the circle will be traversing or traveling. But as we look at the rest of the team, Sodak will be very, very close to them, heading to Garrison, and they might be the first team to meet them. We also have Core Memory in Militia, who have taken the middle of the map. A good chance that they will be able to stay there for the longest time.
Again, BRU at starting off basically a snowfall. And no contentious. I think BRU is one of the few teams that have really done the prep, and they always find drop spots where people don't dare to challenge them, and they always get kind of a free looting opening, right? Well, in this case, it's unlike Vamos and Onyx Olympus, who are literally sharing the southeastern side of the stadium.
As one thing though, it's tough for Team Vamos and Onyx Olympus to be doing this hot cropping because it seems like there is a lot of risk, especially for the side of Onyx Olympus, as they are somewhat away from the top 12 or the bottom of top 12, and it's a matter of just wasting all those resources. This bottom part, this stadium, has been taken by Onyx Olympus, but it's Team Vamos who wants to take over this drop spot. So if Onyx Olympus doesn't move, it might be more losses for them.
And Adam is already losing the fight. Just does not have the health to deal with Vamos. Prime MKS, he's taken down in the wings. Speaking of wings, he might get clipped so far. 35 health to work with. Wins that one against Grenade. Good 1v1. Here comes a double. Around the corner, loss. He finds the swing axle. Will finish things off. Onyx losing 3 members at the start.
And Sairu will be at 0% at this point if in case Vamos manage to chase them. But on the other side, we have Evo's Divine, Visaka Sriwijaya, Indonesian front, and Joe Wheel will be taken down up close and personal. No snipers from Joe Wheel will fire back because of that M590. The only question is where is the rest, and will they be able to get away because Core Memory is also in this area.
Evo is off to a good start, and Core Memory is the team that got knocked out first previously. They had a run-in with BRU, who ended their run very quickly in game 1. Let's see if they can recover in the situation. A good shot from Russia to start it off, and that's half health for whoever took contact. But CRM, they do have a good spot to work with, and they decide to make a rotation, but it's a short jump, and Russia instantly punishes Cougar for that move.
Oh, let's see, and there goes a takedown! 2 down, Riptide Rhythm just opened up the doors for Evo's Divine to hit them up. Dynamic duo coming from Coach Hill, and Jump will be taken out in a bit with that execution. 5 elimination already. Evo's Divine, Visaka Sriwijaya still in the area, but will need to get away, but no team being wiped just yet.
I don't know what was that Core Memory. I think you guys need to really start thinking about those movements, because it was a very unnecessary move. If you want to rotate, then you commit to it. They did it halfway and it got completely picked off. So very disastrous mistake from CRM. But thankfully, unlike game 1, they're still in it to win it, but they have to start from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reset, and we're already looking at the second. We're already looking at the first going to the second of the phase circle. Now for Team Vamos, they will be challenged by WAG after they pushed away Onyx Olympus in this area. Kirin though, a little bit too close for comfort, but I guess it's more information to be able to move away. Shots on him, but no takedown just yet. But the flight of one player of Vamos just to get more of the up close and personal battle.
Let's see how Vamos deals with this. This is a rematch from game 1. Both teams now have had some time to prep for this particular showdown. The WAG sticking together a lot more. Vamos split up. They do have Axel on top of the roof, and if you look at the history of Axel, he has a very good track record of long-range support, especially back in the Expand days. Let's see if he can replicate that. WAG surrounding this entire warehouse, and Vamos starting to pressure them indoors.
See if where will it work, whether it's indoors or the open field. But again, as you did mention, the Axel really is quite well in that information, as well as putting in the initial damage on that rooftop. But Alan right now, very, very close. Here comes a rush. M590 has been stopped by that glue wall. Gives time for Alan to move away. Melters will be put up, but Team Vamos not out just yet. They want to get in this compound with FGL. A little bit of hurt will be felt, and Kirin goes down from the hands of June.
What a shot from Jun! And he is going to take some damage in return, but the job is done. Good day follows up, and this time, Vamos came prepared. Alan had no chance at all. Bordeaux will be able to take down the Axo. If we have a star player, which is the Axo on the side of Vamos, we have Export for WAG, one of the most decorated snipers from Vietnam, and so far he is the one keeping the run intact, but unfortunately Vamos is on his tail and Core Memory have just arrived.
Yeah, let's see if he can bait Core Memory to engage against Vamos so that they can get away. Not so much of help will be done on Exborno. Recovery happening as well. And shots from behind, because that is Core Memory saying that they will not rescue him, but up close and personal. G'day plus June taking down the two players from WAG, ending their fight in game 2.
Out from the frying pan into the fire, and now Vamos will have to deal with the oncoming onslaught of CRM, and the nightmare isn't over yet. In fact, it's just beginning, because we got a third team coming in. It's Team Flash as Vamos bites the dust, and Core Memory, they only have a couple of seconds before Team Flash knocks on their front doors.
And this is quite tight though, and we're talking about outside of the blue. We're talking about outside of circle. Core Memory now will have a new challenger. Team Flash has inserted the coin and is ready for a fight, but for how long will they wait? Will they really wait for Core Memory at this point, or do they have to move? Because from what I'm seeing, the northern part of Stadium, or Stadium itself, is quite free. They just heard the gunshots, thus they were pulled in the southern area.
Team Flash were taking their time, being quite patient. Core Memory making a bit of a rotation to high ground, right? They want their vantage point. We see one of the players going up, and it didn't pay off. In fact, the one on ground, so the one getting punished, Poon a bit late to respond, and it gives Team Flash enough time to go into cover and jump. It's the second one to get knocked down, so resources are getting forced out by CRM. ABCD finishes off jump, and Core Memory, despite the idea to make a move and get an advantage, ends up biting them in the back, and now they have to fight Team Flash head on. Cougar responds by taking out the Zom, but Team Flash still have members left. Depth swings the corner, Cougar goes down, ABCD takes out Foki, and Poon, he is out of there.
It's a good way for Poon really to get away from the engagement. I thought Core Memory will have a win in that fight, but it's a good backup plan, or like an exit strategy coming from Poon. But how will that work for the rest of the team of Flash? We'll have to find out in a bit. BTR right now putting a lot of pressure on Todak, and they're not waiting for the final circle. They want to get all those eliminations from afar, and Sunside is where it will be. Not only will be Todak in the mix, Expand will be here as well on the other compound. So it's not looking good for the Malaysian teams, because not only are BDR, Expand, and Todak will be here, Buriram United is also waiting for their chance.
Wonder if Expand heard all the exchange, because they are hanging out at Sunside. You got BRU coming in from northeast. BTR caught in the middle a little bit, but I think the team that is a lot more concerned about where they are is going to be Expand, right? Visaka Srivijaya is right behind them. You got Onyx Olympus in the far south. So Expand, if they want to make a rotation, the next pit stop is going to be the fortress of BRU. Not BRU, BTR.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a fortress. I mean, good high ground advantage coming from them. Good cover as well. And a few open areas, just in case anyone will try to sneak in. For BRU, they're not really like making so much from the compound that they have. They want to be silent, because once someone pushes on them, there's not so much of an escape coming from this team. But speaking of escape, Visaka Srivijaya, a team that had managed to escape earlier, is now back in fight, and they're trying to chase over Videls, but it is Koja from afar who beat them to it, and they went into line of sights of BTR.
Yeah, VSJ just came in and took the slot of Todak. Now BTR, they thought they ran out of targets to shoot, but they just got a fresh batch. Now Visaka Srivijaya needs to think about that next rotation. And wherever they are, it's a very open spot. It's a very dangerous spot to play around. And not only that, you got Evil's Divine nearby. So if BTR doesn't threaten them, Evil's Divine eventually will.
Yeah, let's see who threatens who. And it is just about time. third phase going into fourth. A lot of teams will be pushed in together in a bit, but we're still dealing with 9 teams remaining. Now, Bisaka Sriwijaya, from where Todak was earlier, still in line of sight of Kyong and BTR, but slowly from behind, we have Expand, who's trying to find a compound for themselves, but still unable to go for the push, probably because of all eyes pointed at BTR, who's making a lot of noise.
And BTR so far have been hanging on, very solid manner. In fact, uncontested, having a great compound to work with. Evo's Divine, you can say the same for them as well. Very spacious spot. Core Memory actually getting spotted out by the Dinoculars. Just great timing from Evo's Divine, so they can easily prep for that. The Core Memory has no idea what just hit him.
Let's see if someone else will be surprised. So far for Expand, I mean, they're just out in the open Sunside, and there's a few cover because of those solar panels, but Afik sights on Team Flash, Riptide Ridden to break their defense. But what defense will Expand has if in case Team Flash gets close? Wang An from afar, tanking the blue as 3 players will be pushing in against Expand. But Vol's is the one being damaged right now, who needs to get away. It's Onyx Olympus also shooting down on them, and Expand might be in trouble, thus the relocation.
Relocate right to the front doors of BTR, but able to find a building right beside. BRU getting eliminated off screen once more, as this time finishing a lot more at the bottom pack. 9th place for Buriram. Now this playing field is wide open once more. Team Flash, they're trying to chase Onyx Olympus.
Well, Onyx Olympus, though, is still holding into the boulder. A good opening for them, especially with wings on the snipes. But the 1-3 split right now, after Wang M managed to finally get into the blue, might not help his flank. But Core Memory on one side as well. Onyx Olympus will be introduced to them, and here comes a knock. Cougar and Jump had 2 already, and Adam and Wings will be at a loss. Make that Adam, because Wings has been clipped.
It's gonna be a tall climb, and not just that, his back is exposed. Cougar shows up. Adam feeling helpless and trapped. It just comes down to whether CRM or Flash gets the last shot, and the Team Flash that picks up the point. Kudos to Core Memory, right? They had a very disastrous beginning, and now they made it to the final phase, or at least the late game of this round, with all 4 members, all of them having to revive Signal, but it's Team Flash shooting them from behind. Foki goes down as they try to take on Visaka Sriwijaya, but Evo's Divine is also part of this fight. It's a 4-way conflict.
That's one thing, though. I mean, if you have 7 teams and we're talking about the 4th going to the 5th of the circle, it would be tough to really move around, and even in a launch pad, because all eyes will be on you while everyone is just waiting for that blue to close in. So leaving to this point for CRM, for Core Memory, will be troublesome, but I guess the blue will save them in a bit unless they don't have an opening later as the next phase shows up. But no, Russia says no, they want to take them down. Melters will be in just to make sure they are not going anywhere, and the pressure coming from Coach Chill as well as Ray will be on.
This is going from bad to worse, as Ray takes out Jump. CRM out. 9 points for Evos. As the Indonesians, they really are carrying it up. 3 more teams remain, all of them looking pretty strong. BTR now getting raided by Team Flash, but GOW is stopping Team Flash as they try to take out BTR. GOW playing spoilers.
Let's see if GOW will try and put more. And there goes one down from a snipe. He just beat him by a millisecond. Now it is trouble for BTR because Expand has been waiting for this opportunity to clean house. And we're talking about this huge compound that BTR has been holding on for so long. But 6 elimination and few HP being received, plus the blue coming in. But Team Flash will be chasing on them. Who goes down? It is Death. And that is a team wipeout right now. But for Expand, they're also losing players from their end.
Yeah, they tried their best, but they end up being forced into a firing range, and Expand finishes 4th. Now it comes down to Evos, Visaka Sriwijaya, and GOW, who makes top 3 again, 2 rounds in a row. and GOW might be able to have a chance to keep up the consistency. Look at where they are, Neptune. They are in a safe spot.
Yeah, definitely. All they have to do is wait. But again, I'm seeing this tower and I'm reminiscing. It's nostalgic how this has changed though. The tower is becoming a safe spot. There was a time where it is troublesome to be in a tower, but Misaka Sriwijaya is holding their front. But Evo Divine's just waiting for them to move out, and GOW can just wait for them to move into the next shift of the circle. But this is one thing for sure. Best J will be able to delay their approach because so far how the blue is moving is still safe for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough rotation for the Indonesians. And in fact, GOW seems like they are putting on some pressure onto Evos from behind, and Evos need to start watching out. Well, from in front. GOW obviously having the best position so far. Misaka Sriwijaya caught in between this firefight, having to worry about Evos. And also GOW, they can't really show themselves, can't really pop their heads out. They're forced to crouch.
Yeah, I mean, they have been forced, but they're not using that much of glue wall because of Boulder, but this shift will use up their resources. Even as Divine has already moved away quite fast, and they have a good spot right now to take both Misaka Sriwijaya as well as GOW, but it is Best J who is receiving more of those challenge. Joel as well as Gardu, a little bit too risky out in the open glue wall to make their way into the edge, and will Evo's Divine go for the chase, leaving their backs behind against GOW? I don't think that is a good idea.
Yeah, Yanmin actually got knocked down, but they were able to pick him back up. Demon is now going to be the next to get knocked down, and GOW needs to rescue him too. And with Demon eliminated, GOW now will be on the back foot. Evo somehow makes it out of that predicament, but Joel is on top of the roof. He's challenging Evo straight on. GOW now have a chance to make a difference as Joel ends up going down. AimGod will make sure that that is the case. Evo's Divine with 13 points, and they have survived the toughest part of that entire sequence. Now they're in a power spot.
I mean, it was just so commendable for Joel, but M1887 against the M590, and it's a 1v2. So that is quite a tough spot that Joel has been in. But for GOW, slowly closing in. They lost one player already. Riptide with him. And Yanbin out in the open together with Ton. And Ton will be jumped. Yanbin responds against AimGod. And it is now a 1v3, making Evo's Divine grab it this time.
Very composed final sequence. They basically looked at all the risk factors and were able to make the right decision. They got to the best spot possible in that final circle, and making sure that GOW was not able to follow them. That building, that roof gave them a position of power to not only overlook both VSJ and GOW, but also making sure that they are not threatened in any way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the timing. It's all about the timing. They were waiting for GOW to make that move, but there's also a risk of Best J jumping on them. So it's more of a risk versus reward. And like Evo's Divine waited for that opportunity for Best J to jump out as well so that they can get a few more extra points, but it didn't happen that quickly. So they need to be ahead. And it is bound to happen because there's nowhere else that they will be heading. This is a compound that Evo's Divine took, and this is where GOW is heading as well. And it is just an elimination spree for this team.
Very well done by both Evos and GOW in the very end. Definitely not an easy sequence to play out. But obviously GOW, they're already down one man, and Evo is just riding on that momentum, having superior utilities edge it out. But GOW deserves some flowers, right? We wanted to see if they can remain consistent. Well, they've made it top 3 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row. But let's not take it away against some of the teams really who made it work in this fight. But Evo's Divine really grabbing that booyah. Hopefully we will be seeing more of multiple booyahs in the day, because again, not a lot of teams are breaking through that. Even Buriram United is not doing that thing that they will be getting the knockout stage with multiple booyahs. They've outgrown that, but Evo's Divine is just taking it just to make sure that they have that momentum after phase 1.
Yeah, and it's BRU have had slow starts, right? Game 1 they got knocked out in like fourth place, but game 2 they got knocked out in 9th spot. So definitely a very slow start for BRU. But knowing them, they can easily bounce back once they make some adjustments. But it's a pretty good start because usually we start the day off with Thailand and then we were left wondering if we'll ever get an interview from the other regions. But today we started off with Vietnam and now we are gonna be heading towards Indonesia side to talk to EVOS Divine, and I think that itself is adding flavor to today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would love to see more of Misa if Thailand really grabs a booyah, but I think it's time for Conchita, Caroline right now. So we're going to bring you to EVOS Divine as well as Conchita, Caroline for this interview.
Thank you, Caster. Second game of the day and the booyah goes to EVOS Divine! Congratulations! I'm here with Rasha. Rasha, let's talk about the competition. Entering the third week, what do you think of the competition so far? Ini masuk pekan ketiga, menurut Rasha sendiri gimana nih kompetisinya? Apakah ada perbedaan? Apakah ada sensasi yang berbeda memasuki minggu ketiga?
Mungkin kalau di minggu ketiga ini mungkin gak terlalu banyak perbedaan lah. Tapi ya menurutku dari week pertama sampai week 3 ini kita perlahan-lahan ya dikit-dikit improve sih. Ya.
Jadi memang kamu fokusnya sekarang lebih ke improve-nya ya. Kalau perubahan signifikan sih nggak ada, tapi fokus ke perubahan dan juga pastinya peningkatan performa. Okay, so he doesn't think that there's any differences between the first, second, and third week, but for them in general, third week is about improvement. They're trying to do better and they're trying to achieve more. Talking about the game itself, we can see that EVOS literally blew everyone away, and I am so proud of seeing how you play as usual, being this super kid. What do you think of your opponents so far? Which of them is the hardest for you to beat? Ngelihat game tadi tuh aku bangga banget gimana. Sorry, a bit of mistake. Tadi ada masalah sedikit sama mikrofonnya, aku ulang ya. Jadi tadi aku tuh bangga banget ngeliat gimana EVOS mainnya sangat-sangat dominan. Apalagi kamu bener-bener sosok wonderkid kamu tuh, aduh, membuat siapapun terkesima yang nonton ya. Tapi kalau ngebahas oponen nih, di game tadi khususnya, siapa menurut kamu yang bisa dikatakan menjadi lawan tersulit? Jangankan di game tadi deh, di hari ini melihat list yang juga ikut bertanding menghadapi tim-tim Indonesia.
Karena kita alhamdulillah udah improve, jadi tim yang susah tuh nggak ada lah.
Wah, gitu. So he doesn't think that there's any team that is hard to beat for EVOS because they've been improving. Therefore, the others are just pretty much the same. Oke, aku suka sama jawaban kamu. Terakhir nih, ini adalah pekan ketiga yang artinya udah nggak boleh coba-coba lagi. Tadi kamu sendiri juga bilang bahwa kalian tuh udah improve, sekarang fokusnya beda. Challenge hari ini adalah Indonesia lawan negara-negara Asia Tenggara lainnya, poin tertinggi berhasil atau tidak. Menurut kamu, kita bisa nggak menangin challenge hari ini?
Tentunya bisa, karena Indo sekarang tuh beda sama Indo yang lalu.
Oh, so I asked him, are you sure that Indonesia can win today's challenge by getting the most points out of the other countries? And he said that he's pretty sure Indonesia can win today's challenge because the Indonesia that we are now is so much different than the Indonesia that you used to know, and we are so much better now. Baik Rasha, terima kasih banyak ya, keren banget. Aku suka Rasha sekarang kalau di interview keren, ya nggak Survivors? Semoga dapat buyah-buyah. Wah, semoga dapat buyah-buyah lagi. Nanti kita biar bisa ngobrol-ngobrol lagi di sini ya. Okay, so thank you so much for watching us. Let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much. A lovely interview by Conchita, Caroline. And of course, we got Rasha, the wonder kid from EVOS Divine, and really showing off that aura, right? That presence. A young kid comes into competitive, shows up, gives us a storm, And remember, he even lost to, was it Team Flash in week 1, and wasn't ready to accept the defeat. And today he is proving it. No opponents too tough for him to take down. No mountain too tall to climb.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case, not just for the Wonder Kid, Razia, but also for the rest of the teams. With that confidence, if it grows really for the entire team, it can bring wonders in the score. So let's see more of what has happened in this highlight. But so far, they have been in EVOS Divine had been in a good run overall. Thus, they are really topping the charts every time they play, and I won't be surprised if Buddha United will be overtaken for the whole day because of, I would say, how inconsistent they have been for the first two matches. But as you did mention, and some viewers out there has been telling us, they need time to warm up, or they need time to give chance to the others. But Russia, our MVP, 5 elimination and a whopping 4.3k on the damage and 6 knockdowns.
Yeah, just incredible performance, right? Just from this young gun that comes out of nowhere, enters the league, and instantly makes himself known. Alongside the likes of Kochu, Ray, and Aim God, who have been veterans for a long time. A good mix of dynamics, running triple Arvon as well. It's all about the info, and you can see how fast Russia capitalized on it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that information really works for them. But another thing that has my eyes on is Cassie with that Olivia and Thiva. Coach Hill really is here to go in back, or either Rasha, Ray, or Aim God, but the A124 introduction coming from Ray as well. That is something that we don't see often though, but RRQ did manage to pull it off, so why not bring it here as well? But in terms of elimination, it's not just Rasha making that work. It is Ray with 5 as well, Coach Hill with 5. That is a total of 17 points already.
Yeah, 17 points. You add a Booyah on top, 29 points. So far, the highest record for today. Yes, again, very well done by Evil's Divine, right? There were definitely some questions, whether they can overcome the compound of BTR. They did that, and then in the final circle, they were kind of caught up in the, in between VSJ and GOW, and they made it out of that also. And on the Hall of Famers, you can see Rasya not only having the most damage, but also the most eliminations as a sniper, alongside Kochu with that glorious 9 assists.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Evo Zivana is showing and tried to show earlier as well, but they have been denied. But again, there are some teams really that doesn't let up or doesn't let go that easily. But one thing that I am giving props is GOW not going into the trap or the curse, because they did quite well in second place, but not so much. The 11-point lead that Evo's Divine has probably is just payback on what happened earlier. But for Expand, 7 elimination plus 7 placement points, 14 overall, even beating Team Flash as well as Visaka Sriwijaya, who only got 11. And surprisingly, Bigatron Delta or Bigatron Esports, despite of the position, how long they held it, they only got 10 points.
Yeah, I think that's very shocking, right? I thought that BTR would have gotten slightly more than that. Today's standings, GOW sits in first after 2 consistent rounds, obviously. Evo's following close behind, and then you got BTR, Flash, VSJ also having a good time so far. BRU, they had a good round 1. Round 2 was pretty lackluster, only 2 points, but it's enough to keep them in the conversation. Vamos though, seems like this is the start to the day so far hasn't been what we thought it would be, judging from their week 2 performance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of early engagement, a lot of early contention in terms of compound and position wise, but it's not really working for Team Vamos at that point. Even Expand tried it, but they did manage to get it work, but it's only that. First round, the first game was a loss with 0 points. It's only second game, and we don't want that like roller coaster ride in terms of consistency. You want to get a lot of points early and probably a lot more later as well. But speaking of later, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we continue on with the 3rd up until the 6th map, because a lot will be happening for today. So don't go away. For the viewers out there, keep liking the stream and keep conversing. We'll be right back in a bit. So those of you who haven't here just yet.
All right, I'll be right back.
Hello, Grisa.
Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. Once again, this is first day of week 3, and so far we have done 2 matches already, and we've seen some of the aggression as well as consistency coming from both GOW and EVOS, and that has been brought because they are energized by none other than Red Bull, our official sponsors as well. And back in the caster says, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, with my nephew Husky.
Thank you very much. I think so far I've really been liking what I'm seeing from EVOS, from GOW, BTR, and they've really been showing their chops. And I think, again, all of it, or at least a big part of it's definitely thanks to Red Bull, right? It's in the tagline. It gives you wings, you know. Sometimes it's not even just in game. You want to go for a good workout session, Red Bull's got you covered. Run a marathon, probably sure that Red Bull got you covered. In fact, they cover all the extreme sports, right? You know, the athletes, they all have Red Bull under their tag, which is one of the few things that I really like watching when I go online. Just super athletes doing their thing. And I think we're getting some super athletes from Free Fire as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love the like how big of a coverage Red Bull has in terms of sports, in esports, and even dancing. I've been a fan of their event in terms of dancing because I can't dance that much. So just me appreciating dancers out there. But Red Bull is still there. But I want to go in as well in the comment section. Lucky, don't get too lucky because they're asking. He's asking to get Conchita Caroline like candid in camera. So I don't think that will be happening. I'm very sure she will still be smiling. But who's smiling at this point? It is GOW and EVOS Divine with a Booyahs for the first 2 match.
Yeah, and again, it started off on a very different note than what we're used to. You know, first GOW and then EVOS Divine. Haven't really seen the Thai teams catch the Booyah just yet. In fact, we haven't even seen them in the top 4, right? Like core memory probably made it the farthest in in round number 2, but they got stopped in their tracks at the very end. Top 3 teams of the next map, which is Kalahari, we got Reverse Red, BTR, and WAG. Of course, Reverse Red won't be playing today, so we're going to be looking at the BTR and WAG.
And who follows them in the top of this map? It is Team Flash, who is currently playing today, as well as EVOS Divine. So I guess BTR is that was just a warm up from what will be happening on this game number 3, because I really thought that they grabbed a lot of points from their position. So this time, their snipers would be in a good position as well to take a high ground, to get more of those engagement and more of those elimination. That doesn't happen. WAG will just be waiting behind.
Yeah, and let's see if WAG can kind of make up for lost time. Right, they've had 2 rounds already, hasn't been going their way, and hopefully this is going to be that moment, because we've seen WAG, they have some of the most prolific players, right? They're up and coming, right? Like, for example, Alan, Xbor, these two, they were in the spotlight for a very long time, especially Xbor, who has made enough of a name of himself to rival the best we have in the league, but he himself isn't enough. We need the rest of WAG to also keep up.
Yeah, definitely. It should be a full squad who is doing the work. And we know that there are some players, like specific players, who once he pops off, the rest of the team follows. But for WAG, it's just like a summation of everyone's effort. So it's not just dependent on 1 or 2 players. So hopefully that's the case for everyone, because it has been a pattern that has been replicated in team after team. But I guess there's no replication overall. We are heading into this map. It is Kalahari this time, and let's fly through the desert in game 3.
Yeah, put on your windbreakers or your dusters or something. Gonna be hot and dry and very minimal cover to work with. This one really tests out the macro knowledges of these teams. Early fights are going to be a lot more devastating due to the lack of cover. Let's check out the flight path first. Is it going to be still as generous like it was last week? Incredibly generous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think RNG gods will be rough on these players. They have been roughed up so far from the first 2 matches that we've seen. But let's see in terms of their dropping spot. Seeing Team Flash just soloing Shrines, Council Hall for BTR, and Confinement for EVOS Divine. So far, for the first few teams who took the drop, they have been, I would say, undeterred in terms of the early engagement, but we're seeing VSJ right now like poking the nest on Team Vamos right there in the northern part of this map.
Oh yeah, and let's see, BRU once more at Stone Ridge, uncontested as always. Let's see some hot drops, if that's going to translate into anything. Again, on Kalahari, hot drops are twice as deadly due to, statistically, most of the hot drops ends up being a full team wipe. Of course, for BRU, getting an early vehicle will speed up the process of rotating and making sure that they're always on the run and not just stay out of sight.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of teams really that is challenging BRU. There are a few really that once drop in the same area as they have, and most of the time they've lost. So similar to what we've seen in the previous map, that is something that they really need to think about. Hey, just imagine maps just like this. It's not that small. It's huge. There's a lot of drop spot, and why take advantage, or why put so much effort in like risking one of your players, risking all your resources from the beginning of the game for 1 point? So if you know that a tough team will be in a specific area, keep your distance, and probably you'll be able to end up in the final circle.
Yeah. The one thing I do like is, the teams have started straying away from the whole 3-1 split, right? Where you send 1 scout out and then they go down and then you instantly revive them. Then Expand, they actually find Kyong. This is a good start for Expand, right from the high ground. A lot of pressure. Koja not able to get the revive in. Unfortunately, backup from Deeks just a bit too late. Fires MKS finally knocks out Drian, but damage has been dealt. Kyong will bleed out. 2 points for Expand.
The first team in this map that we pointed out of this group being challenged by Expand. No surprise though, because they are the ones who have been taken, like trying to take the compound earlier from Alpine and has been denied by BTR. So let's see the backstab coming from Loki, and Faiz goes down. Dix and Koja right now trying to fight back, but will they be able to do so? Max 7 in hand, see a little bit of damage. Pickup has been done. Max 7 takedown on Falls, but no avail. Koja is remaining right now a little bit broke with only 300 on the coins, make that 500, but is only solo, but core memory also near him.
BTR is still somehow afloat, just barely. And Koja, he is ready to sacrifice his life, making sure that he gets the revive on the Deeks. So Deeks has to be the one that keeps this run alive in this round. But Expand coming in hot, getting themselves some great points off of BTR, and forcing them to now suffer this major setback.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to really recover out of this. But on the other side, we are seeing Todak right now being challenged by Team Flash, Blue Wall, to save them a little bit, but very, very close quarter, and there goes a hit. ABCD taking down Noki, and there's no moving away. Blue Wall stopping all the doors. Only 1 or 2 remains for Todak as they go from the outside. They have a good opening as well against GOW, but Jojo right now, no giving him a chance. The Zom wants to stop his reign.
And Team Flash getting 2 points, and GOW engaging with Todak just close by, taking out Jojo. So Demon cashing in one of the points for his team. Vidal's left to dry again. Team Flash a bit split up. You see a member towards the eastern side. Demon's gonna poke his head out, and now see the Zom. Damn, even just kind of peeks through the window, takes out Vidal. Instead, Todak really not having a good time.
See who will be able to change his mind at this point. Vidal really needs to get away, but for the rest of the team, GOW, aggression overall, in spite of them really making a good role, they're challenging teams who is with them in the early parts of the game. When I thought they would be slowing down, this is, for me, a little bit risky because of how the teams will be responding later on, but it's working for them, so why stop? Or even if no points just yet, they have core memory close to them, and no takedown will be happening. So they need to get away, probably get a good advantage point where they can take advantage.
Yeah, Evos are gonna quickly just make their rotation. Maybe they can chase down Poon in the process, get themselves a free point. There's a bit of an exchange between Evos Divine and CRM. And Aimgot going to help out Ray. Foki actually gets knocked down. Rastia once more just on the money with those shots. Gochu helping out, finding Cougar. Aimgot arriving, CRM once more will have to take a knee and just take the loss. Might even get wiped out. Gochu tracking Poon down.
Yeah, Poon, guess he is solo, shows up, takes that wall. A little bit of recovery for Coachil, but on the outside is Team Flash shooting him down as well. Riptide rated on him, and it is Wang M. VSK95 didn't even give him a chance to jump out.
And I'm surprised that we are 6 minutes in, and every single one is still in this lobby. Despite how volatile the early rounds have been, you know. But it defies statistics, right? No teams have been wiped out just yet. Team Flash Huang drive away, but Ray will deny that opportunity. It's 4 points for Evos.
See, 4 points already, and well, I guess the area is clear right now because of all the pressure that they have brought into. But another civil war that we are not hoping for. Vamos and Sodak, Faiz for the takedown with a Thompson, but respond with a Trogon from behind, and Todak is just making way to get away from the maze. So one distraction, one paying the price for the rest of the team surviving. That is good, but if they have the weaponry, probably it will help if they can also fire back. But G'day says no. Noki will be knocked down.
Catches him mid-hop. G'day getting a free point. Todak now down to just 2. It might be 1. Jojo, I think, getting shot. I wonder what hit him is Fire's MKS. Riptide Rhythm connects. Jojo hides behind the tree, and Vidal's not in a position to support him and might even end up joining Jojo in the grave. And BTR should be able to clean this up fairly easily.
Yeah, I mean, cleaning up can give them points. It's been 7 minutes already and 0 points. And finally, Dix managed to go in for a takedown with a Groza. And, well, one more will be in the same area. But as you can see, it is closed. The blue is closing in from the second to the third. And I don't think they will be hanging around that long. They need to get a good position later on. But for Videl's, not so good a position, because not only is he like being challenged by BTR, but Team Vamos is also right behind him, and the moment he gets spotted, he might be sniped.
Yeah, Vidal's really have to, hold his breath and pray that teams pass him by. VSJ making their own rotation, getting shot mid-air by GOW. Joel actually bumps into the tree on the way down, but still makes it to the other side where they want to be, and right in front of them is going to be BRU and Evo's Divine.
Yeah, let's see if Evo's Divine will be able to cut them on their approach onto the side. Saka Srivijaya will be stuck in a rock in a hard place because it's Borneo United plus Evo's Divine. Not a good place to be in right now, and not so much of elevation for them as well. So they need to move away. Definitely, they need to move away because Borneo United is getting very, very close for comfort.
And maybe this time we get to see BRU finally engaging in some sort of combat in the mid game instead of late. Right? They've made a rotation straight towards the center of the circle. Evo's Divine also making their own move, but decides to wrap around the perimeter. So might end up running into core memory instead. They're already getting shot by either BRU or Visaka Sriwijaya. So Evo's having some good info to work with.
See what will they do with that information. So far, core memory on their side, and well, it's just waiting for the third phase of the circle. I think they will be safe in this compound, but they are planning their approach onto their next location. And a coda has been triggered at this point. Core memory will be spotted and information will be revealed. The only question is, what will they do with that information, as you asked earlier? With core memory very, very close, but they will be waiting on that second floor. So I don't think Evo's Divine will be charging in any way because of how the next phase of the circle has shifted. So they will be safe. No need to move at all.
Oh yeah, I think even right now for Evos, they understand that the onus is on the other teams to make a move, right? Like they themselves are fairly comfortable where they are. I think if you are, core memory, you're starting to think about if I make a rotation towards the center of Bay front, is Evo's gonna start punishing me? They've set up the cover with the glue walls at the window, but that is just a temporary measure. Onyx, Olympus also nearby, and they are the ones in the center of Bay front.
Yeah, let's see if from Bayfront, what will they do next? Borneo United has been very, very quiet. And this is the Borneo United that you don't want to engage with. Like, it's 10 minutes into the game, but they do have 5 minutes based on your timer. 15 minutes is like pretty much the threshold that they are heated up, and they're not getting that much point. But they can do so from a distance with not so much of an opening. As you can see, RGS from the hands of Evo's Divine. Core memory now being rushed, and well, we expected this, but we didn't expect it to be happening this soon.
And let's see if Evo's made the right choice, because now they have to start committing onto the play, right? They've already exposed the game plan. Bringing it to the second floor is not going to be easy. With all the glue walls propped up, we even see the Riptide Rhythm, the glue wall melter, Aim God trying to make a detour, but that means that he's also exposed himself. This play, very risky, but the payoff can be huge as well. And it seems like they decided against it. Ray now needs time to heal back up.
Yeah, I mean, at some point when you go in a rush, you need to time yourself. If you cannot take them down in 10 seconds, similar to what they've done in the past, then you have to back away. You need to back up. From what I'm seeing, it's a full squad for core memory, so no takedown being done by Evo's Divine at this point. Despite of all the pressure that they can put into, there's still a disadvantage because the moment that the blue closes in, core memory can just jump outside and gatekeep them on their way into the next phase.
And now Evos are going to be on the receiving end of some pressure for CRM. starting to use their utility to block on the first ball. Here comes Ray, just trying to poke his head out a little bit to gather some intel. Evo's Divine needs to really start making haste because it's either CRM or they poke it for Bayfront. Which BRU have already made it in, so Evos decides to take on CRM instead. Kun gets knocked down. Needs time to get picked back up. The blue wall will buy a bit of time and space. Kun actually catches Ray on the flip side. Evos now taking fatal damage. 3 members on the ground, but still Evos comes out on top.
And I thought that would be a very, very bad move for Evo's Divine, but it just so happened that I would say they had a little bit of help from the outside, but Evo's Divine right now managed to take down Core Memory, and I guess they were also waiting for the timing of the blue to close in. So let's see on the next chapter of Evo's Divine for BTR, 4 elimination already, going in for the flank below Expand, and they might have an opening, but they exposed themselves. Riptide ridden onto them, and they are rushing in to that assault bunker.
Let's see if Expand can hold on to this one. BTR looking for clear revenge, and that is the motive, right? They're flicking on all the blue walls. The blue wall melter will help out as well. Expand now relocates to the other side of the bunker. BTR, are they gonna wrap around or blow right through? It seems like going through is the plan. Expand actually makes the great escape. Buying enough time for them to make it out, but not enough time for them to survive as body starts dropping. Team Flash joins in on the fun, and Expand deciding to not stand their ground, and the fight ends up getting wiped instead.
I mean, like, that elevation is really, really tough, especially for Expand, but the same goes for Todak right now. It's only 2 players from GOW, and with just like that, they got eliminated. 9 elimination coming from GOW, though they didn't survive with a full squad compared to what we've seen earlier, but they're still making way. Next target probably is Bisaka Sriwijaya, who's just next to them, but for Boreo United, they will not be holding back much longer. 2 elimination. These guys are hungry for those, and I guess they will start with Evo's Divine following Team Flash.
And Russia really wants to get away, but unfortunately eats a grenade from Jonah. And Evo's Divine bites the dust this time. No repeat of that top 3 from round 2. Team Flash now caught in the middle of all these firefights. BTR and BRU. Team Flash, they will just have to fight the bullet, and unfortunately there's just no way out. Team Flash wiped out in an instant.
Boreo United says, yes, go ahead, put in damage, but we will go in for the finisher. And now it is BRU going in, pushing BTR back. And not only that, it will be an opening for the other teams, but we have 1 team or 2 teams eliminated already. Top 3 remains, and it might be an advantage that Onyx Olympus can take right now, as 2 players from BTR already has gone down, but BRU is not slowing down at this point. 4 man strong, almost full on HP, and they will be dealing with Onyx head-on.
Moshi down in the red, and actually gets blasted. The chip damage from Zairu, just enough. Masana has 2 good pumps, but he also is now in a bit of a pickle. They need to start moving, and Onyx Olympus pushing in. Adam the Crime as they all get their damage in, and in a blink of an eye, Onyx Olympus snap, and they ends up getting the booyah on game 3.
Onyx Olympus taking down the Giants, and I couldn't say if it is really tough luck for Boreo United, because they fought well against BTR from that 4v4, and Olympus really didn't stand in. And the moment that they get caught, or I would say Moshi got caught, that's where Onyx Olympus really took advantage. Taking that high ground, glue wall won't help them. If there was a glue roof, yes, they could have survived, but no. I mean, Onyx Olympus was just reserving all this aggression for that final moment, and it paid off. They grabbed that boy.
It's a very concentrated assault, right? BRU backs against the blue in that situation. The amount of utility that Onyx was just throwing at them, and look at Adam pelting them with shots from afar. Zairu, Crime and KS coming in from a 2-prong attack. They even have I believe they hop onto the roof at one point or use the hook gun.
Yeah.
But either way, look at that. Adam and Crime and KS, they realize that BRU is trapped, and all they need to do is just to clean up shop, and they did just that.
And most of the time, if Moshi gets knocked down, or anyone from Boreo United gets taken down, you won't see BRU back away. compared to what we've seen. So not quite sure what happened there, but Onyx Olympus, like perfect timing, perfect opportunity, and a perfect final team versus team from this Booyah. I'm loving it, Husky.
Yeah, very, very well executed by Onyx Olympus, right? I think, was it last week? We talked about Onyx Olympus, and we wonder if this team is going to kind of restore themselves to what we know them as. You know, about 2 years before, they had this period where they were really on the rise, right? Onyx Olympus felt like the next big team, and then they went on a downward spiral. That's good to see that they put up a strong round and put themselves back in contention to make it to top 12.
Hopefully they are consistent, because so far I'm looking back at their daily stats. In day number 1, they only had 25 points, like 12th place, and then they went in a little bit higher on day number 3, and then they got second on day number 5, but went back to day number 6 as a 12th place. So that's what I'm talking about, a roller coaster, just moving up and down, up and down. But let's hear what happened to that, because we're going to hear from an interview back to Conchita Caroline and Onyx Olympus. So let's go.
All right. Thank you, casters. Third game of the day. Second Booyah for Indonesia, and this time Onyx Esports took the win. I'm here with Crime. How does it feel to win against Buriram United? Do you think they still have the domination? Gimana rasanya berhasil ngalahin Buriram United? Apakah kamu ngerasa mereka tuh masih dominan sebagaimana yang selama ini digembar-gemborkan dan ditakutkan di Asia Tenggara?
Kalau ditakutkan sih pasti ya ditakutkan. Cuma aku nggak tahu aja sih Buriram yang terakhir.
Oh gitu.
Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't even notice that it was Buriram that they're going up against, but they do still think that Buriram still has what it takes and definitely one of the team to watch. Oke, kalau ngebahas mengenai Onyx sendiri nih, perbedaan dari pekan pertama kan sempat kalian bilang bahwa ada beberapa perbaikan-perbaikan yang masih harus dilakukan. Perbaikan apa sih yang akhirnya disampaikan sama coach dan coba kalian terapkan di pekan ketiga? Aku translate dulu ya. So we had a small chat in the first week and you guys said that Onyx is still having a bit of a problem, a bit of a miscommunication. Is there any specific advice that were given by your coach, specifically when it comes to entering the third week, when everything gets more serious?
Mungkin dari segi komunikasi sih.
Oh, masih di komunikasi berarti ya. Other than that, ada lagi nggak selain komunikasi? Okay, so the main issue for Onyx is still communication between the teammates. Berarti kalau kita bahas match yang tadi baru banget selesai, itu kan sebenarnya positioning kalian sangat bagus nih ya. Bahkan saat rotasi juga kalian selalu ada di posisi-posisi yang tepat gitu. Shot callernya di pertandingan tadi siapa? Aku translate dulu. Who is the shot caller on the match that we have just finished? Because we can see that when it comes to positioning, you guys have the upper hand. It was definitely great.
Semuanya sih, soalnya saling menyerangkan aja. Enak di sini sama enak di situ.
Oh gitu, jadi nggak ada satu yang lebih dominan, semuanya saling menyuarakan. Berarti komunikasinya udah bagus tuh sebenarnya. Tinggal dipoles-poles dikit ya.
Betul, poles-poles dikit.
Okay, so he said that there wasn't any specific shot caller when it comes to Onyx, because everything just say whatever is on their mind and they try to do the best for each and every single one of them. So yeah, it was a team effort, which is great. So thank you so much, Crime. Good luck for the rest of the game. Kita bakal kembali lagi ke caster karena tentunya kita masih punya 3 pertandingan lagi di match day pertama pekan ketiga. So casters, take it away. Thank you for watching.
Well, it seems like, okay, I'm back. Woo! I was doing some lip reading, but yes, thank you, Conchita Caroline, and also Crime MKS. Every time we ask these teams, what's the biggest challenge, they start doing some, internal reflection, right? They start talking about communication issues, and I love the mentality, you give the respect to your opponents, but at the same time, you also recognize your weaknesses.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the honesty out there, knowing what the weaknesses is, and that's the first thing about like fixing a flaw. You need to accept it first, and I'm pretty sure they are accepting it, and they're slowly fixing it, because this Booyah means a lot. And again, I guess communication really is something that was that really helped not only in games but in a lot of aspects as well, even in relationships. So being a team is a good relationship, and to maintain that, you have to have good communication. So I mean, if they can work on it all throughout until the final day of knockout stage, they might be able to maintain their spot and grab their chance to go to the grand finals.
Yeah, and like especially, you know, we look at some of these players. Well, in this case, it's only really this Crime MKS. You know, at a certain point, he was we could even call him like the Sons of Malaysia, right? He was with Expand for quite a while, and I specifically remember that he came in and then he did elevate the quality. You know, he has some highlight clips under Expand at FFWS as well. But alongside him, we also got Wings, right, from Onyx Olympus, who is the MVP of this game. I remember we discussed about teams trying out Santino in Clash Squad, and now we are seeing it in Battle Royale.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to, I would say, to survive a little bit longer. The best Santino use that I've seen rather, is in the same map, Kalahari. They jump out, like, use a Santino to jump away without taking any damage, and that is one thing that you would need, especially in a map just like this. It's not easy to really move up and down from like heights like what we've seen in Refinery. So that is one way to use it, but there's a lot of different ways. But let's see. Oscar has been introduced as well. Tatsuya and Oscar, this is one of the teams that really wears both rusher, but even the comment section, there's a lot of comparison between these two. Tatsuya is more of rushing and surviving. For Oscar, it's just full-blown rush. Yeah. The moment you rush in, it's difficult to get away. So I guess that's one reason why a support is wearing that.
Essentially, you know, they have a demolition squad. You know, that's kind of what Onyx is going for. But they also have some smokes and mirrors with the Santino, right? Some misdirection. We say that, you know, the new format, the unique abilities per team, they really allow for expression of skills and creativity. Onyx Olympus now is a prime example of a team that is willing to, you know, stray down the beaten path and come out on top with something that is innovative that not many other teams would dare try.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't say it's late, but it's somewhat late because phase 2 is already down the corner, but at least they're still making way and changing like skills that they are using. But let's head over to key players. Dion from GOW still in the mix, 6 elimination. Koja with a lot of damage, 3.3k on the damage, and Wings with 7 knockdown as a sniper. Now, like going back to how things are, I guess it's good as well to switch it up. Even if you have something that's comfortable for you, if you can switch it up, you can also throw the tactics of the other teams off guard, similar to what we've seen Onyx Olympus and Borneo United done, or against Borneo United has done, leaving them 10 points behind.
And again, this is the better round for BRU. You know, well, compared to round 1, it's acceptable, right? Like they had a slow 1 and 2. Round 3, they could have gotten the booyah, but fell in the hands of Onyx Olympus. Overall, good round for the teams. Onyx Olympus shoots up to 37 points, 4th in terms of overall. They're tied with Team Flash, but obviously coming out on top with slightly more eliminations. GOW, despite not making top 3, still retains first spot for now.
Yeah, I mean, they have first spot. There's a reasonable, decent amount of lead that they have against Evo's Divine. And if they continue this aggression, I would say, the motivation that they had from that booyah in game number 1, they can maintain these. But Evo's Divine, though, there's a few flaws that we've seen in their tactics, probably because they've lost a few of the engagement as well, the latter part of the game. But they are feeling that fear on the early parts. But before we head over, we are looking at over standings. We have Borneo United still on the lead, but the lead is not that far. 18 points in between them and Evo's Divine. And for RRQ, it's 26 points between them and Evo's Divine. And WAG is very close behind with 20, or not too close, with 27. But Falcons, who's not playing, will be left with 10 points by WAG.
Yeah. And again, it's getting closer and closer in terms of the competitiveness and the points. And I think one of the main reasons is definitely our sponsor, Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. It's equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite processor, an enhanced Falcon engine, and improved ray tracing technology, suitable for optimized gameplay and lifelike graphics. On top of that, it's also great for photography, videography, great battery life. Everything that you need in a device that can get the job done is right here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all around. It is one of the best, if not the best, a mobile phone that you can have your hands on. It really does a lot of things, especially now. It's not just gaming. Everything is pretty much handheld. The world is handheld, and this is what Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra has brought to us. The world in our hands. But let's head over back to a game schedule. So far, 3 games overall, and 2 of which has been grabbed by Indonesia. Thus, 2 times. Lucky, 2 times. Now we've seen Conchita, Caroline, and we also have Abuya from GOW on Vietnam. Still, question remains. Will Borneo United grab Abuya? Will Thailand grab a spot for themselves today? Or will it be given to another region? Hopefully, it will be the ones who haven't grabbed the Abuya just yet. But when we look at the top 3 teams in this map, we have Team Falcon showing a number 1, RRQ, Follow, and Borneo United. But since the first 2 is not here, we have Vamos and Team Flash following BRU.
Yeah, it seems like it's like a dry spell so far, right, for the side of Thailand. But it's fine. I think they still have a couple of opportunities. You know, BRU, they are starting to heat up a little bit. Core memory, though, they are. They've made some strides, right? But we haven't seen the strong finish that we wish to see. The closest they came to was round number 2, and even then, that was shut down pretty quickly. Hopefully, you know, we see them really wake up in the second leg of today, as we now will gear up to head into round number 4.
Yeah, we're going to fly in to our next map. This is the futuristic map of Nextera. Let's see who will be able to read the future and grab that Booyah. Because as you mentioned, Core Memory has a lot to work on. 44 points before they get in. But when we look at the flight path, we are still feeling the favors from the RNG gods.
It's still very forgiving, although teams that want to go a bit down south is going to take a bit of a longer journey. It seems like Evos will go to Graph Labs anyway. It's one of their favorite spots. BTR taking Intellect Center, BRU and Museum. That's just the common drops, no overlaps. GOW pretty close to Todak, but they each have their own areas that they respectively like.
Yeah, let's see if these connections to the area that they have, especially familiarity, will work to their favor. Onyx Olympus right now, the Booyah takers from earlier, will be, well, probably meet up with Team Expand. This is the first time that they travel towards that area the moment that they dropped in. But not only that, we also have a few more that would be taking a whiff of the Expand Air vaults from on the other side, and another one on this side. Wings will be able to spot them. But First Blood has been dealt with, and it has not translated to a wipeout just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be BRU getting that first point. VSJ losing Joel, instantly revive. Gardu also getting revived. It seems like the conflict has already started despite a very peaceful drop from all of the teams. Onyx Olympus seeing Expand on their radar. Adam, the support is a 1v2. Luki tries to fight back, but Zaru ends up getting that knockdown anyways. Adam will just be there to pick up the scraps, and Onyx Olympus secures themselves their first point.
I mean, Adam, the trust on Sairu, just rushing in, not really minding the shots on him. But Faiz will be taken down as well. And, well, it's looking good for Onyx Olympus. I love I would say the fluidity that they have right now. They're not really going that aggressive, but they just want to get all those elimination on the bat. But for Expand right now, a chance to take down BTR, but it is a 1v2 that they cannot escape.
Luckily, they were able to get some revive, so maybe they will find a second breath of life in this situation. Drian still has some resource to work with And Wings going down means that Onyx Olympus now will have to be the ones to deal with BTR.
Yeah, let's see if Wings will be able to recover. But here comes the jump and the backstab. They weren't expecting it. Crime MKS shot from afar. And Onyx Olympus has felt the curse once again. Booyah, then a no-ya.
Very, very unfortunate. And that's how the cookie crumbles. In the meantime, Team Flash off a good start. 4 points already. And Todak doesn't seem like they're in a position to fight anyway. So Team Flash gets to cut through Boxing Gym for free. Might even pick up a freebie on the way.
Yeah, let's see if he will be challenged at this point. He's just containing himself in this area inside the container. But Death might have a whip of him. Speed is still showing. Team Flash going in for the trap against traps. Such irony for this guy.
So that's the freebie that we talked about. Team Flash,
Yeah.
5 points. And now they have a clear path forward, right? They get to take a breather. They get to, you know, stock up a little bit at Boxing Gym. It's quite a wide area to work with. We do have core memory right in front of them. And Huang sees all of them right in front. It could be a good opportunity to get a couple to pick off. Far as we know, core memory, not the kind of team that likes to fight, you know, unlike their former selves back in Attack All Around where they were world champions, or at least some of them were, you know, the organizations, the identity has definitely shifted. They're making some rookie mistakes that we saw in round 1 and 2. Let's see how they handle Team Flash.
Yeah, I guess it's the loss of Liminex 7 as well. That information that gives them that push to really be aggressive. But as you can see right now, Death and Team Flash tries to rush in, but they slowly going down. Core memory fighting back well, but for how long? Because the rest of the teams of Team Flash will be in this area and will be stopping core memory at this point. But ABCD just going solo right now. Wang M from a distance tried to help, but it didn't work.
So core memory survives. 7 points, gets an instant revive. This time they've made adjustments. It's Toda actually getting a snipe from afar. Jojo's getting a good one. Good shot in. Instant revive to make sure the CRM is ready to receive the hit. You can see they're trying to keep Toda out. Those glue walls creating a bit of a cover. Toda now right at the front doors. Here comes the nade bouncing in. Fogi puts up a glue wall. Noki it knocking in front. Trap round the corner. CRM now surrounded.
See if that M79 will work for them up close and personal. It might miss. Cougar right now putting up all those glue walls and also the AoE damager that he has on his hands. Todak unable to break through core memory just yet. So I guess core memory is not yet lost in terms of tactics, but I think I spoke too soon. Cougar and then Jump has been taken down. Fun and Folky tries to survive. And from afar, it is Jojo who is putting so much in terms of letting them get all those eliminations. So Todak wins this time, but one managed to survive.
And BTR gets a full revive. CRM barely makes it out. Todak ends up getting last lap. WAG now up against Expand. This is a very important fight, especially for Expand. Ooh, the coach just called them the sleeping giants, right? This is the week for them to really show that they have been slumbering all this while. And it starts with WAG.
Let's see if this is something that they can finish as well. One elimination already, but Expand right now under rotation. Drian has been trained, and Alan right now is just all in at this point. Expand slowly trickling down to only one, and Lucky will not be that lucky, but the chase is still on for Kirin. This might be risky for this guy, but I don't see anyone going in for that hit. Vending machine helps him to revive Afik. But where will Afik be going? Lucky has been taken down, and we are on the second to the third phase. Not so much of real stake to work with.
At least Expand keeps themselves in the running, right? Play for placements. Oh, Dev getting his ankle shot. And Todak picks up another one. So there's 4 points already for the Swordfishes around Mud side. Circles could start closing in. They could also intercept GOW if they stay here a bit longer. And I think they will, right? They use the binoculars. They spotted out multiple members of GOW. In fact, they pinged the whole team of GOW.
Now let's see if who will win. Will it be the Wolves or will it be the Swordfishes? And I guess they have both have a few advantage, but if it's for me, for Todak, they just need to wait and GOW will be running out in the open unless a launch pad will be used and flying above them, then that is where they will need to be careful. But I don't think GOW will be using that and wasting resources just for an escape. There's still a chance for them to go for a flank and tank this blue because it doesn't hurt on second phase.
Yeah, at least for now, teams can again take it slow. Visaka Srivijaya right in front of Todak, right? They have some decisions to make. And I think there's already been fire, I believe it's by Todak themselves. So Visaka Srivijaya, let's see if they intend to stay and take on Todak because Swordfishers, they are spreading out. It seems like a 2-2 formation as of now. Traps will be the one that's willing to take first contact.
Yeah, I mean, Traps has been too aggressive most of the time, being lost away from the rest of the team. But hopefully he doesn't get caught by Visaka Srivijaya. But that drop on that monster truck might have been lost in for information for Visaka Srivijaya. They will be spotted, they will be hunted a bit, but I don't think they will be challenged that much because Todak is still busy with finding where GOW will be traversing and they want to get those elimination.
Oh yeah, and just off of that itself, Todak are willing to stall this out, right? Like Visaka Srivijaya, I think they feel very comfortable holding that spot. Obviously, if Todak advances any deeper, they might be caught between VESJ and GOW, which I feel like they might have lost track of, right? GOW relocated, Span with a full revive.
What?
And Afiq, he got revived earlier and he pays it back.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I was thinking that Afiq would be lost, especially with how the rest of the teams were pushed earlier, but I guess he just needed that time, and it worked for them. For Evo's Divine, they are just waiting one elimination on them, but they found Expand, who is just coming back from that revive, so GFW is taking advantage of that, but it is Boream United who's going for the finisher. It is Moshi from afar, and Evo's Divine might have spotted them as well, so a three-way, make that four-way battle might be ensuing in a bit. The only question is who will survive.
See, GOW also, let's see how involved they want to be. We even see Vamos off screen, right, dealing with both Expand and BTR. Obviously, Expand is not having a good time in this round. Core Memory showing up on the northern side. They are going to run straight into Vamos with their vehicle. You can even hear the engine roar, right, the faint engine roar. WAG up against Team Flash. It's a Vietnamese derby right now. And Team Flash on the low ground. The glue was on WAG blocking up their line of sight. WAG could actually plan a counterattack onto Team Flash. They're going to take the launch pad first to rotate away.
But I think they will be going into so much open space, so much crosshair on them, and they need to rush. X-Bor has gone down, but he needs to be picked up. Not so much of a Tiva to help them recover that quickly, but I guess they're making way. Todak right now. Noki, being too close for comfort, needs to back away. AC80 didn't really put us that much, and he brings in that Bison. Hopefully, this engagement will pay Todak more of the points, but we know it's WAG. They won't be backing away.
If there's anyone that wants point, WAG is one of the teams. And in fact, I feel like as bad as Todak wants it, WAG wants it even more. Now they see Todak crossing into the other building. Alan relaying all that information to the rest of his team. WAG not even making much contact, right? They minimize any sort of risk. And now they get to play from behind as a third party.
Yeah, I mean, well, they really have to back away because it's really getting tight. Boream United has been eliminated, is off cam, and we have 10, make that 9 teams eliminated because Expand is also taken out. So it's getting too close for everyone. And fourth going to the face will start off all this engagement. And Core Memory, another team from Thailand, being eliminated by Team Flash. Aggression overall, giving them 10 in the total.
At least we know for a fact by the end of today, we will see the Category 5 Hurricane Tornado from the region of Thailand, right? So they're not going to win today based on the point that they've gotten. BTR now going to try and clean up Team Flash. They do big stage trades and Zom in return. 2-on-1 easy win. BTR wipes out Team Flash.
And I thought Team Flash will be able to make it. They have survived so long, and BTR is just hungry for that point. Probably because we pointed out they didn't get that much from the previous map. But for Evo's Divine, though, another team that is not getting that much, but they have full view, probably most of the teams who is surrounding them. And it's GOW as well close to them, but there's no stopping. But one Kyong has managed to get through. The rest will try to make way, and Evo's Divine right now, I don't think that will be much of a challenge. They want to get all those team twos out in the open.
Let's see how Evos breaks this down, right? They made it this far. They've avoided majority of the conflicts, but at the cost of elimination point, they haven't gotten much just yet. And now they found themselves in a position where they can actually start vouchering for these points. They got Kyong just alone on the roof. He's not going to be a threat. Evos can even take him out if they spot him. Toda against Visaka 3 Vijaya. Trap trying to break down the blue walls. Garu pep around the corner. Doesn't find much damage in. So Trap still fairly healthy. As he now is going to have the help of his team to break down the blue walls. Guns down in the red as the blue starts closing in. It is crunch time for these teams. They try to block off Toda to let the blue do the job, but it's just not enough. Toda's firepower a bit too overwhelming as these defenses start collapsing, just like Vasaka Suri Vijaya. Toda blowing right through and claiming 8 points.
And that is saving on the blue wall melters, but let's see if Toda can be able to do the same against the rest of Vasaka Suri Vijaya. Into corner they do, and there's a wipeout! Zodak, I guess they have that motivation. Faiz, though, the only one surviving after those nades being thrown in. And I guess that is a launcher coming from Yanbin Strogon. 5 teams remaining, but we're only seeing 2. GOW still aggressive at this point, and Faiz will not be seen that easily. But when it comes to firepower in terms of numbers, Zodak will be at a loss, down to 3, and make that down to 2. The same, the usual suspect in the mix.
Yeah, we feel like we've seen this story before. Evos, BTR, and GOW. Obviously, BTR, the only one with Kyong left in the game. Could make a difference. Maybe he could be the one that ruins everything for Evo's Divine. While looking for the back-to-back, Evo's Divine with an instant rotation down to where the circle is going to be. Obviously, they make it there very early, so they gotta tank some of the damage first. And GOW, they're gonna instantly try to catch up, letting right in front of Evo's Divine. They have the blue walls to protect them. Here comes the electrotherapy. Aimgod turns around and gets blasted by Demon. The timing could not have been worse. They pick Aimgod back up, but now they gotta start holding off the fort. As GOW looks to break through, so far finding no luck. The Riptide actually stops them. Kyong tries to backstab Demon, but Demon has eyes everywhere, taking out Kyong, and now he gets a free, fair 4v4.
That is M82B action coming from Demon, and he is really showing up. He's really showing off, rather, at this point on the sniper, up close and even from afar. But GOW might be in trouble. They need to get in second floor, and M79 coming from Ray, plus the AC80 that he has on his hand, and Demon will be going down from the hands of Razia and Evo's Divine. Whether it's a marksman, whether it's a sniper, they won't be letting up. GOW, though, goes into the other side just to distract and throw off the tactics, but Evo's Divine is ready to go full blow.
I felt like it was a bit of an error from GOW. I can see the plan, but the crux, the linchpin of the plan was also the biggest Achilles heel. It was the weak point. GOW having to fight with the man disadvantage, but either way, by the end of this round, one of the teams will get their second booyah of the evening. They've got dropped down to the first floor. Evos willing to play this slow and steady. They're gonna rush in with the Tatsuya turnaround, catching ton of guards. So well done by Ray, and he cleans up a second. Yanbin gets picked off, and Evos Divine with superior execution gets themselves second booyah.
A second booyah of the day, and it's back-to-back-to-back Indonesia overall. When we thought we will be brought back to Vietnam and to Yunsul, I guess fans out there will have another chance to see Conchita Caroline in our interview. And I just love it from Evo's Divine. They want to break that record, if not tie it up.
And then there's no better time to keep up the run, right? To maintain to repeat a record. It is in the final week of phase number 1. EVOS Divine again. They basically took advantage of the weak points of GOW. The plan was very obvious, but it also, exposes Demon out into the open, and GOW probably kicking themselves after, reviewing this round when they start thinking back about it, putting themselves in a disadvantaged position, and EVOS knowing that they have the manpower, knowing that they have the numbers, just executed perfectly. Like this rush from AimGod with the Tatsuya, it was, GOW was just not ready to respond.
Yeah, AimGod was the bait. The rest of the teams of EVOS Divine is just on the second floor. They are ready to jump with that launch pad, but AimGod says, no, we're going to back away, go for the stairs, went in for elimination, and it just went bam, 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 and booyah. EVOS Divine grabs it once again.
Just, again, very well done from the side of EVOS Divine, and this is exactly what we want to see, right? EVOS Divine, like you look back in history, EVOS Divine at one point has been to almost the top, right? They almost were the one that brought back the EWC trophy for Free Fire. They came that close, if not for that historical 40 bomb by Team Falcons, where EVOS Divine would have been world champions at one point. So they want to reach that point again, and of course it starts with trying to win the Sea Spring and then head to EWC, which is happening in July. But if this is the EVOS Divine we see, and this is the EVOS Divine that we can expect 2 months down the road, I think they have a good shot.
Yeah, definitely a good shot indeed, and then prestige overall will be taken by EVOS Divine if this continues on, and it will not be just the usual team overall. We keep saying Boreo United, we keep seeing Team Falcons, wherein, well, though they are not playing, we don't see them that often. But like EVOS Divine is a one that disrupts that cycle. The same goes with RRQ. But let's head over to Indonesia and hear the interview as well as welcome Conchita Caroline.
Masuk.
Thank you, casters, and that is it. Another booyah for EVOS Divine. I'm here with Kojel. You look so happy, obviously. Kelihatannya seneng banget nih kayaknya Kojel. Kita ngobrol-ngobrol dikit ya. Oke, jadi yang mau aku tanyain adalah ini kan jelas banget nih. Kalian sudah menemukan ritme permainan di minggu ini. Apakah kamu yakin bisa mempertahankan momentum ini? Aku translate dulu ya. It's obvious to see that you guys have found the right rhythm this week. Do you think you can keep the momentum going?
Bisa.
Bisa?
Bisa.
Biasanya apa sih yang bikin sulit banget untuk mempertahankan momentum? What is the difficulty when it comes to keeping the momentum going?
Nggak ada.
Gak ada?
Nggak ada.
Nothing?
Yang penting ya disiplin aja.
Oh, okay. So it's just discipline. He thinks that one of the hardest thing for him to do to keep the momentum going is just to be disciplined. And that's the thing that they're trying to work on right now. Oke, ada pesan-pesan yang mau disampaikan ke tim yang belum buyah hari ini, apalagi dari negara-negara tetangga. Is there anything you'd like to say to the team that haven't successfully secured a buyah this week, especially from the other countries?
Buat BTR.
Oh, apparently he's saying something for Bigatron. Okay.
Boyain aja. Boyain dulu.
Buyahin dulu,
Yeah.
Oke. Ini aku bingung nge-translate-nya gimana ya, buyahin aja ke dalam bahasa Inggris. Okay, so basically what he said to Bigatron was like, just give the booyah, just have the booyah. Okay, kalau buat fans, anything you'd like to say to the fans of EVOS Divine who has came here to watch the show live?
Makasih yang udah dukung EVOS Divine. Dukung terus sampai kelar FFWS ya.
He's saying thank you to all the fans that has been supporting EVOS Divine. Please keep on supporting them and saying good luck for EVOS Divine in FFWS. Thank you so much Kojal, congrats. Dan sekali lagi semangat terus. Kita akan lempar sekarang kepada para casters. Take it away casters.
And there we have it. We've seen another booyah from EVOS Divine, and the confidence from the team to really show up. There's not so much that is troubling them, and they have that, I would say, the momentum on their side. And I won't be surprised if they will take that #1 spot, because the ones who have that #1 spot after the last week is not really showing up. only 4 points in between them for Evo's Divine to grab it.
And Evo's Divine, they really locked in today, right? They got 2 booyahs, but even the rounds that they didn't show up too much, Evo's Divine made sure that their presence was felt. And I think this round 4 felt particularly different because they went into the later phases of the game without much eliminations in their back, right? They were just surviving, making rotations. You see them go to Deco Square. You see them go through, come through the southern side of Boxing Gym. But when push comes to shove, Evo's Divine, they just come online and they start racking in numbers. Once more, Russia, just puts in the work and gets things done. Second MVP for him today.
Yeah, you did mention not taking any points, not really racking up so much. Who does that remind you? It's Buriram United. Buriram United does the same thing, and I guess it's good emulation that Evo's Divine is doing. They are emulating their biggest or toughest opponent and putting their own twist into it. And it is working. It is working for them. Razia, our MVP, the wonder kid, the sniper of the team, and the usual sniper build, and Aim God, the rusher with that Shani and Tatsuya, Cassie for backup or support for Coach Shield, with that Olivia and Nativa, together with that Joseph, and 8124 additional rush, I would say, with a sniper in the mix. Ray, though, is really mixing up those skills on his back.
Yeah, and he's able to make all of them work so far, right? You look at Kotu, sure, 0 eliminations, but he has 5 assists under his name. And sometimes you need a good backbone, and he is kind of that backbone that I think, Evo's Divine needs. And the best part is that Razia, he's the sniper, but he's the one that's locking in the eliminations for his team. This very all-rounded squad of Evo's Divine is showing us that they can be multifaceted.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they can change it a little bit. They can move in differently compared to the others, but Noki taking the spotlight at this point on the key player, 5 elimination and 3,113. That's what Noki has brought in from Todak, as Falky from core memory with 8 assists on his bag, and it's good as well. The Todak has been trying so much and trying their best to survive, but well, it came too late. At this point, I think they have the decent amount, or the best, I would say, for the day, because Todak grabs 17 eliminations, tied with BTR as well as GOW. But for Evo's Divine, because of that slow start and they grabbed that booyah, they only got that 19 elimination, or 19 points in total.
Yeah. Either way, I think this round is a bit more, all-rounded for everyone else. There's no teams that gets like a monstrous amount of points. So for Evos, they come in 7 eliminations, but they get the booyah to kind of even things out. Impressive round from Toda, getting 17. BTR, GOW, all getting 17 apiece. But Vamo so far, still waiting for them to show up. They haven't really done so just yet. As you take a look at the overall standings, like you mentioned, Evos, they have a good chance to take away the #1 spot from GOW if they keep this up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the team of the day, an extra $250 US. Why not? Why not take it? Evo's Divine is on the roll right now. 2 booyahs already, where GOW is in the same path. They are, I would say, leading them in terms of, well, in both factor. It's more of the consistency and the top percentage, or the top 3 percentage, I would say, because that gets more points. But speaking of points, Buriram United still on top. Evo's Divine hasn't caught up just yet because of the 4-point lead that they need to get. But if Buriram United play the same in the next map of Purgatory, it might be a chance for Evo's Divine to take #1 spot again.
Yeah, I think they are really they are really making pace. The fact that they are they are playing with BRU in the same day, and they're making this happen. They've overtaken BRU in terms of total booyahs. The only thing separating them, the 2 points, were from eliminations. So Evo's Divine, they are making a statement, right? Like that final lap is looking very, very good for them.
Yeah, and there you have it. We have finished 4 games already, and the days are running quite fast, quickly, I would say, similar to what we've seen. And I don't know what's with this. Probably it's the excitement of finishing Phase 1. But we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we go in for map number 5 and that random map. So don't go away. Keep liking the stream. We'll be right back.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1 based on the overall.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring League. This is week 3, day 1. We're in the final lap of phase number 1. You're with me, Husky, alongside my uncle, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. And of course, right off the bat, we gotta remind you guys to take a chug of Red Bull because it not only gives you wings, they are also a part of our official energy drink sponsor, not just for the spring season, but also for the fall season of 2025. It comes in a variety of flavors. You can pick and choose what you like, take a swig of it. You'll grow wings, and then you can perform in and out of the game.
Yeah, speaking of wings, I mean, the teams are really getting their wings out here because of Red Bull, because everything is just running so smoothly, so fast. This might be the fastest day that we've seen so far, which
Yeah.
I'm loving so far, because probably it's because not so much of contentions happening in the final circle. Most of the time, it gets delayed because of some other teams dominating and everyone gets slowed down. But no, not this time. There are a few early engagement or fewer early engagement, but when it comes to mid-game to end to the end or the final match, final stretch, that's where everything just paces a little bit faster from before, and it's throwing some of the teams, BRU, out in their tactics.
Yeah, BRU really having a rough day. 4 rounds in, and the best they've got is round 3, right? They made it top 2. They got dropped by Onyx Olympus. Round 1 wasn't all too shabby, but it was a mix of a good round, no points, a good round, no points, right? And you wouldn't expect that to be what BRU shows, but so far it has been the case. If we follow the pattern, hopefully in the last map of Purgatory, they are going to have a good round. But some teams have been on fire. BTR, Evos Divine, WAG, even Team Flash and GOW have had a good day so far.
Yeah, definitely consistency coming from Evo's Divine as well as GOW, and that booyah from Onyx Olympus. That really is something that we are looking forward to more, like them doing more. But Nimesh, let's see if Brim United will go for a comeback. It would be, I would say, fortunate for the other teams if they don't, but we know how Brim United is. They just want to lay low, a little bit slower, and then later on, that's where they hype it up to take that number 1.
Yeah, and if Evo's Divine manages to take the first spot, which I think right now there's a huge possibility, it is really going to shake things up a little bit. I don't think it will phase BRU so much, but it would at least give us a very good narrative to talk about when BRU plays their last day of Phase 1. You know, further down this weekend, right? Can they get that first spot? Overall, I don't think it's too important for them to get that first spot, because as long as you make top 12, you are going to be safe in entering Phase 2, but it would be nice to end on a high note.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that we often see, and then Brim United fans are looking forward to. So just chill, Brim United. I don't think they're just like, I don't think they are letting go of anything just yet. They can bring themselves back, but for Evo's Divine, this is just sweet for this team. Razia has been that determining factor that has brought them that 4 booyahs from the other week, and then more that will be happening for this week. So let's see if this continues on for them. We also have Core Memory that we're looking forward to performing a little bit better, but I don't think it will show up that easily.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's there is still going to be some time for them to adjust, right? One of the few things I do enjoy is when we look at some of the players, and even those that are kind of lagging behind a little bit, the spirits are still up, right? I remember we went through the whole conversation of that day is actually way longer than anyone else out there thinks, you know, like the viewer thinks that they just show up and play 6 rounds, that you forget the fact that they have to show up for call time and then get prepped. It's a very long and tiring day. You know, we look at WAG's stat, right? They are ranked 7 and on average, decent numbers. But for BRU, this is where you start to see a bit of a shift in expression. Usually they are very carefree, but right now they realize the gravity of not performing for 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, I mean, that is really what they're feeling right now. But for BTR, so far, I mean, aggression overall for 3 out of 4 matches that we've seen, made that all out of 4. They have gathered a total points of 10 above. So consistency is on them. They're not really losing that much in terms of momentum. That's just that some of the gunfights that they're taking are quite questionable because of the opening that they should have been taking, and then for some instance, once they rush in, they will be caught off guard by a different team. So it's quite a loss, even as far as them already getting advantage of or eliminating entire squad. But for players head-to-head, let's look at Dian and Ray, 3 and 2, as well as the damage, more gearing towards Dian, as well as the headshot. So GOW, they are really popping off, especially with Dian in the mix. They're MVP from their booyah.
Yeah, like both of them actually, you know, today's stat, it doesn't look very, very flashy, but there's nothing there's nothing that, you know, you look at the stats and you think to yourself, they are not having impact, right? I think there's a lot of things there's nothing that we can really glamorize about those two. Dian, like, he's been the silent backbone, silent pillar of the team a lot of times, and you can say the same with Ray, the unsung heroes. for a lot of these games that we've seen. But just a quick recap: the top 3 most used character active skills. We got Tatsuya in first, of course, followed by Cassie and the Skylar, and I think this is going to be the case for a long time down the road.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, most of the teams, if you have a Tatsuya, it will be backed by Cassie, and definitely a Skylar for that for the snipers. Now, there has been a change in one of the active skill. Coda has been replaced, or some of the Codas has been replaced by the Oscar. Thus, it like threw off that balance. But in terms of passive, Joseph really has been very viable in most of the engagement, as well as Nairi, and then Moko will be in there again. The addition of the sniper, a sniper skill that would help them in most of the engagement. So nothing has changed so much. Characters, skills out there has been played around with other teams, but for the pets, I don't think anyone can beat Arvin in these numbers.
No, it's too strong. I think, and it's not even Arvon's fault. It's just at one point game mechanics, you gotta introduce some new stuff. Like before Arvon was a thing, we have a lot of direct heat, right? Like you're near glue wall, you're healing up, people see you. Arvon gets introduced. Now you got a global GPS. You can track people down. Like, it's there's no way a team doesn't go for Arvon, and any utility, any abilities that gives you information is going to automatically be at the top of the list, because information is king. That's how people win games most of the times.
Yeah, definitely. Information is king. Now, for those of you viewers out there, hopefully you're enjoying the match and the matches that we've seen so far. I know there's a little bit of delay, and I guess some viewers have caught up with how fast it has been, and we are giving a chance to stretch it a little bit. So don't fret. We are just waiting for some players to get back, make sure that they are on peak performance before we jump into game number 5. But don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to share the stream as well. So far, we have been doing well in the daily performance in that regards. Don't forget to comment in the put in a comment in the comment section as well, because there's a lot of conversation that has been happening that you might be missing out.
Yeah, I felt like we jinxed it. We called it a fast day. It's okay. We're used to this. I got no complaints at all, because majority of the times we don't really get enough airtime, enough space to really go in depth into a lot of these teams. And there's too many things to go through, but every once in a while it's great to look back at the journey some of these teams and players have taken, right? And then you realize, like, if there's a history books, if there's an archives of Free Fire, there's gonna be so much to go through. And I remember, like, we had our good friend Gideon. He stepped into Free Fire, I think like 2-3 years ago, just dabble in it. And then I remember sitting down and trying to go through the history of competitive Free Fire since the first MCP, and I realized that we have come a long way. But the journey is just beginning for Rasia, who already is putting out insane numbers.
Yeah, I mean, 5th on that elimination, and he is just has been introduced to the international scene. He had been performing before he hit age, and now that he has, it's just showing up. So I think he's done so much more. It's just now that we're seeing that performance, actual performance coming from this wonder kid. But there's a lot of hopes coming from the rest of the teams as well. Team Flash, who have been so aggressive overall for today, they've done 28 in terms of elimination, but not so much a placement point. Thus, they are being placed on 4th. So for the team captain, another player stats, it is Buriram United Jonah.
Yeah, again, the team captain has, I think in recent times, has been definitely taking a bit of a back seat in a way that she's not as active in getting those aggressive moves, right? I think that has been passed on to Wasana ever since he joined the team. But in terms of shot calling, I think he is one of the few that really set the bar insanely high for the rest of the region to follow, because of how precise the movements of BRU have been and how monstrous they are individually. We used to say that every single member of BRU is their own team, and enough time has passed, enough teams have caught up. Now BRU no longer feels like that impenetrable force, right? They no longer feel like that immovable object. Teams are starting to really find a way to deal with them and match up to their level.
Yeah, I mean, you saying that, I want to go until until Brim United wakes up, until they take the board after 2 games. So it's just something unexpected for Brim United, which is a good thing as well, because as you mentioned, we're getting close to EWC. That is where like they are trying to get their spot. They're trying to get their momentum in beating not only Team Falcons, who grab it from last year, but also the other regions. To be honest, it's Fluxo who are a bigger threat when it comes to the World Series. So they have to do something different, and this is one thing. Not really show all their cards, lay low in some of their engagement, lay low in some of the tactics, and then later on, when needed, that's when they pop off.
Oh yes, and when you look at I think the overall scale, the overall landscape of things, you see some veterans coming back. I think Core Memory is a very good example. But we have to also look at Evo's Divine, who are so close, 2 points away from tying up with BRU. The up-and-coming wonder kid against the old guards, right? Moshi against Rasia. Obviously, in this head-to-head, Rasia is having a way better day compared to Moshi, just because they get to play the games longer. But I think in terms of overall record, very few people rival what Moshi has done, right? Like, he has made plays that won them the championship, and that's what he did in Bangkok 2022. And I believe that we were live there to witness it. Me and AJ, we were live there to witness it. And it was one of the few moments that will be remembered forever.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot that Moshi has brought in to the victory of Brim United. And that's one thing. A lot has emulated what Moshi has been doing. They try to do what he has been doing, but not so much in the way that he has done. Up close and personal, he can go and fight, but he takes that distance, gives information, and it's because of to whom he's getting information, thus it is being successful. If you will be a sniper that will give out information and also damage from afar, but the rest cannot follow through, you're at some point you're just wasting so much effort.
Yeah, I think it's such an important thing. Especially when right now we have so many different unique approaches to the game, just because of that that unique abilities per team. We're seeing again the expression of skills, right? We no longer have every team forcing the double, triple Tatsuya and running in each other's face. That has, I feel like, in the long run, that has always been a bane of some of these more tactical teams, because they just don't thrive as much in gunfights. But now you see teams that they take it slow. GOW, like RRQ is a very good example of a team that they don't really want to fight you head on, and when they're forced to do so, they struggle. But you give them enough time to cook, they win rounds.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ is another one that turn things around. Previous season, that's where, well, in the previous seasons, let's go back, RRQ is really a tough opponent to beat. And it's just that it has been a trend that some teams like Brim United, Team Falcons has taking so much booyah, taking so much elimination, and in that regard, it made it tough for RRQ to catch up. Now that they're getting that momentum, now that they're catching up, I don't think it would be much easier for like Thailand teams and even Vietnam teams and more of the Malaysian teams to go against the tactics of Indonesia, because different tactics is working for Indonesia. Evo's Divine in the passive aggressive, for RRQ passive aggressive, but it's a different pace overall. Some are doing it quite fast, some are doing it very, very slow, but both are successful.
And that's the kind of balance we like in a competition, right? Like, you don't have to solely conform to a playstyle. Like the meta, as they call it, is a lot more forgiving. There's a lot more options to work with. And I think Indonesia is the best region that has demonstrated that kind of versatility. And not to mention, right, Malaysia, we are the first region, I think, in SCA to start getting imports in, and we still are doing that. It has elevated our standards overall. we still have a lot of work to do, but maybe that is something that other teams might start exploring in the future down the road. So hopefully that's going to be the case. Free Fire is going to be here for many, many years to come. There's always EWC and FFWS to look for, global to look forward to. You know, we still, Brazil still owes us our trophy. We want it back, so we got that to look forward to end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, tough battle, tough luck, definitely, but it comes down to all the hard work. It's not just in the battlefield, it's off the battlefield as well. As we keep hearing from the interview, like communication, like working on communication, working on their strategies, homework, watching VODs, like identifying and studying their opponents. I think that's one thing, one key factor. Thus, Brazil was able to take that world champ trophy away from Southeast Asia. But if it goes both ways, it will be, I would say, a really, really hard to tell battle. Who's going to get the championship? Who will be getting booyahs after booyahs? Because different styles will be put in the mix, and we're talking about one team. One team having different styles, being unpredictable, would take it all.
Yeah, I would never forget the 2023 FFWS, where Magic Squad took the win, and they used Skylar, which no one at that point would even consider using Skylar, right? Everyone just brushed him off as a character that's outdated. Magic Squad was the only one that brought it in, and well, as fate would have it, the Red Tide Rhythm was what won them the trophy, right? It was literally the ability that destroyed all the glue walls of BRU. But before we go on a break, because there is some tech issues we need to fix, I'm going to give my prediction, reply to Nervik Gyawali. My prediction for next, WAG is going to take the booyah. We are going to go on a short break while we fix this issue. We'll be back in just a little bit to continue with round number 5 and 6, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
For the Grand Final. Champion Rush. Last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
the ultimate test of skill and strategy. Only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and we are just waiting for the final stretch for today. We are waiting for what's about to happen in the next map, and game number 5 will be brought in to Purgatory. But with all that wait, we appreciate all the commenters, all the survivors out there in the YouTube chat that has been given all the love, all those support, not only for the players, but also the casters. So me, Neptune, as well as Husky, thank all of you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I took a glance at the likes. We've already hit 1K. I'm not sure when we did, but hey, keep it going. You know, we hit that consistent 1K, and then we can keep going up from here. Well, hopefully everything has been fixed. Again, we appreciate your patience. Sometimes things do happen, and nothing is gonna ruin our love for the game nor our thirst for the action. In fact, all the suspense has gotten me itching for more, right? Maybe this is also a good break for the teams who have been struggling so far to, you know, calm down, reset a little bit. You know, they got enough time to meditate if they want to, and bounce back stronger.
Plot twist, teams that has been working their way but not really being successful will be grabbing the Booyah next. and probably in the random map. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see who will that be. We'll have to see if that's going to happen. But so far, again, appreciate the 1K likes. I think a lot more can be done because of the time that we have left. So why not bring it to 1.5K? 1.5K on the likes, and we'll see what will be happening in the future. There was a talk that 3K might be happening, and then a challenge from the viewers for 30K. That might be a stretch, but it will. Fans out there, survivors out there, I know you love the game. I know you love the broadcast. So let's bring in all those likes.
Yeah, I think there's an easy way to help it manifest, right? If Garena or if one of us goes out there and be like, hey, if the broadcast hits like let's say 30,000 likes, right? Then we will have to do some challenge. I'm pretty sure it's gonna hit 30,000 likes for sure, 100%. But I don't know what the challenge is gonna be. We need some time to think it through, right? Like last time I was working on a separate broadcast, and I remember I made a bet, and I was like, if Team A doesn't win, or Team A like drops the game or something, I would drink hot sauce. And the original plan was to drink it when the broadcast is about to end. The next day I got to the studio, they were like, hey, we got a pre-show, and we would like you to drink hot sauce during the pre-show. So it's these kind of things that I really appreciate. We get to engage with the people out there, but yes, keep the lights coming. Maybe we are going to be made to do things that we didn't initially want to do, but we will do it anyways. Let's take a look at the game schedule.
Yeah, I mean, as we look at the game schedule, well, the challenge has been brought into the players. Why not to the talents, to the casters as well? And I don't know, there's a lot more. There's a lot more because of all the twists and turns and surprises that has been brought in by Free Fire. And that's why we love all this broadcast. But so far, who's loving this board? It is Indonesia. Who's loving it more? It is Evo Divine. 2 booyahs out of 4, and Indonesia grabbed 3. GOW, well, they came very close to grab a second one, but on Purgatory, we are looking at Team Falcons, Brave United, and Team Flash to be topping the board. But who's following them? It is GOW. So a consistent team for today might be showing up once again.
Yeah, hopefully, man. I really do hope that, because I mean, after what we saw so far in the first 4 rounds, I think BRU's numbers are gonna get, skew a little bit, right? They might fall out of top 3 just because of that. So this is another chance for them to redeem themselves, keep themselves on the list, not get overtaken by anyone else. Team Flash also, they've been really, hovering around the middle part of the entire day. And hopefully this is their chance to get us back to Vietnam, or maybe GOW gets the second booyah. Either way, I'm ready. It's time to hop into Purgatory for round number 5 and see if the teams can bounce back after that break.
And here we go, finally dropping in to game number 5. Neither heaven or hell can save them in what's about to happen. In terms of the flight path, it is quite favorable to everyone. In terms of drop spot, though, that is the biggest question. Will there be any hot drop that will be happening for this map? Because so far there has been a few that changed their ways just to get away from harm, but for GOW, I think they are taking the challenge. Visaka Sriwijaya will be their target.
I mean, look at Ski Lodge, right? Expand, Todak, BTR. They all love these areas, especially for the Malaysian teams like BTR. Usually they would still drop Force and then they will rotate to Ski Lodge, but for Expand and Todak, they are right beside each other. And this is not a good sign because there's a good chance that BTR ends up cleaning them up. And as I say that, Noki gets his back shot. And BTR now, they spotted the prey. You are incredibly helpless when you are hanging around Ski Lodge. The thing that Expand can hope right now is that Todak and BTR, they engage and then Expand gets ignored.
Hey, let's see if that is the case right now, if Expand will be getting away, because as you can see on the minimap, one of the players is trying to block their exit on Ski Lodge, but Noki right now, because of his performance overall from the previous map, I think he will now be backing out from that engagement UMP in hand and has managed to take a few of those HP from afar on BTR. But for Core Memory going against Team Flash, this will probably take longer than expected because Core Memory doesn't have that opening to go against this team from Vietnam.
Yeah, let's see Core Memory. This is if there's any time to redeem, this is one of it. The second last opportunity against Team Flash. Both of them are looking for some sort of a avenue, right? Some sort of a recovery. Core Memory taking some chip damages from afar. Obviously, it's a 1-2-1 formation from the side of Team Flash. Jump spotted one. Huang instantly gets up to the second floor, so no cigar right there for Core Memory.
Yeah, I'm laughing at Jump's skin right now because he has that sleeping, but he won't be sleeping. Exclamate action to take down one player, and the follow-up will be done to the stairs right now. This is the time that they've been waiting for, but Pone was able to take down the Zom as well. A Core Memory will try to reach that second floor. Double vector in hand, up close and personal will be deadly, but Wang An backstab on him, unsuspecting of that jump, and I am referring to jump coming from this team of Core Memory.
Huang An straight up just full send just to get an extra point. He knew that he was going to go down anyways. It was a risk that, he was forced to take. Fortunately, didn't really yield much reward. Todang now about to get punished by Luki, who is on that high ground. Look at that vantage point. Such a sweet spot to work with in the early game. And Todang, they might not have any choice but to run. Luki taking out Jojo with a retired rhythm and a couple of shots to the back. This should be a free point unless he can crawl to safety. But it seems like he will make it to safety. Unfortunately, the medigun can only keep him alive for so much. So Trap makes the call to abandon his teammate and let X-Men take the point.
Yeah, let's see though if this is something that they can work on. They have 1 point already. X-Pan still in front of them. Noki still has 3 to deal with, and up close would be Vault. He'll be waltzing in around, and that close encounter pulls back up from behind. This is ensured that they get that 1 point. A Ficdo has been knocked down, and Traps finish it off with that AK.
Yeah, and Toda really on the rough spot. Jojo gets revived right before his teammates meet their demise. So this is all on him, and there is members of Saka Sri Vijaya nearby. And this Joel, who also had got taken down very early on. Both of them pretty much bare naked at this point.
Yeah, let's see if Jojo will make some bizarre moves in this adventure. But so far, Onyx Olympus will be the ones putting in challenge on GOW. We've highlighted GOW so much, but Crime MKS just jumped on him and managed to get away. But Demon will have nowhere to go. Shots on him coming from Crime MKS. The duo right now, I think they will be able to finish them up. And Zairu for the finisher.
Good stuff. Triple for Zairu. Onyx Olympus getting 4 points to boot. They might have a marker on Adam, but honestly, shouldn't be too worried, right? With a body of water separating them, they're on that northern side at a lumber mill. And playing in this grouping, you don't have Team Falcons. You don't really you don't have to worry about people taking on the southern side of the island, right? So Onyx Olympus getting free reign of that spot.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue their reign at this point. But Evo's Divine keeping silent, similar to what we've seen or haven't seen from a team like Borem United. And I know fans out there, Lucky as well as Mayank, will be happy if in case they pop off because they're missing Misa that much. But as you can see on the map, they are on their way to Marble Works. A possibility to take down one of the players of Team Flash, probably continue on. But for GOW, Demon has been revived and Borem United will be backing away, just heading into the edge of the circle.
Yes, a bit of bombardment. Jojo nowhere to go this time. BTR cashes in on their first. Toda continues to be on the run. Hasn't really found any avenues this entire game. BRU finding Huang Ang right out in the open, so they get themselves a free point and a couple of vehicles to work with. So that's going to speed up their rotation on Purgatory. A pretty big map. These vehicles will come in handy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if this is something that they can work on right now. From Marbleworks, they have to travel probably across a river if in case it is not part of the next phase of a circle because it's closing into the second. No elimination just yet in terms of team, but a lot has been done already. And who's topping the board? It's Expand, GOW, and Onyx. So let's see if this continues on, and let's see if this will bring Malaysia or this game to the uncles if in case Expand continues this front.
Still some chances. Like, I'm fairly surprised that, we said today has been going quite fast because the teams, they, were all up in arms. I would expect that with the increased average duration of the rounds, the teams would take that opportunity, but I guess this grouping is a lot more aggressive, right, with the absence of BRU in majority of these late game rounds. Barring round 3, here comes Aimgod, 1v1, Riptide Rhythm breaks the glue wall, he still wins! What was that swing from Aimgod?
Oh, that is a huge 180, if not a 360, and he stopped there for a moment, but that caught one off guard from that engagement up close. Team Vamos right now is going in for an engagement against Isaka Sriwijaya, and 180 didn't work for Lozi on that Trogon, but managed to be blocked with this glue wall. June and G'day has a good chance to go in for a surprise push or hit, but Lozi has been taken out. Max 7 in hands of Obey.
Very well done from Isaka Sriwijaya. They isolate Lozi, knowing that his backup is underneath the buildings. And now Axel from afar, he takes out Gardu, and G'day takes out Gunstu. Axel being able to do his job given the space by his team. It is paying off big time. Vamos turning the state of the fight around, and now they have the man advantage. Joel, next on the list, didn't really have much time to recover, and now has to be left to fend for himself. Obey in the building cannot provide any sort of help.
But Joel on the VSK was able to take down the Axel from afar, so they've lost 2 already. June with that jump shot, and Obey will be obeying the master at this point. Joel will be launching away from this fight and into the hands of a different team. I think they've seen them. We've seen them in the horizon, but a finisher by June to bring them to 3. But it's not over for Team Vamos, though they lost 2 already. They have to get away. Otherwise, Bigatron Esports might caught them off guard.
The great escape for Visaka Sriwijaya. The dream, never mind. Didn't get far. Onyx Olympus ruined that one. Good attempt though. Like, they flew towards mainland, but sadly, Onyx Olympus was laying in wait. BTR now who have to face up against Onyx Olympus. Then they caught June, in fact, in the building. Now Onyx Olympus on the other side. You hear the faint roar of an engine, so someone has a vehicle. And Vamos gets a huge revive.
Yeah, I mean, 3 revive that happened. G'day will be launching away. I know I'm looking way too far in the horizon, but that is quite amazing for Team Vamos at this point. Onyx Olympus and BTR, Bigatron Esports, only a river away, and they might be able to take each other down, but that brings them to a halt. No one will be willing to get across, especially with a lot of teams surrounding them. So all they have to do is wait right now and probably hit them through that compound across the river. But June, a little bit too cheeky at this point, heading into that drop where Bigatron is already occupying this area. So hopefully that SVD is worth it. He also have a P90 in his hand, and an RFGL is burning him a little bit.
See if he can survive long enough out in the open. My guess is no, because with the state of the circle, there is going to be a team that comes from behind at one point. We did see BRU on the same piece of land with Onyx Olympus, but the most tension comes from between Onyx and BTR. On the other hand, WAG against Core Memory is going to kick off again. Core Memory having a great wall to work with, so they hide behind it for now.
Yeah, I mean, good position for them, close to the next phase of the circle, and probably good chance to beat anyone who will be rocking through crossing that line. But WAG right now has head in right and might have seen Expand taking this Salt Bunker, and they are now in the crosshairs by this team as well. Riptide Rhythm on them. Didn't really give that opening because of the haystack, but the rush is still going on. Not quite sure if this is something WAG will be able to engage in, because a lot of crosshairs will be on them when they get out.
It is a very dangerous rush. I don't think they know that Team Flash is on top of the hill. They just got a knockdown onto Expand, and then with the blue walls going down, now Expand have to pick and choose their poison. It's either you take the fight straight to WAG and end it swiftly, or you fall back and face the wrath of Team Flash. Either way, it's a lose-lose situation for the Malaysian squads right now. They choose to retreat, and the last time they did that, they ended up losing the entire team. So let's see if that mindset is going to change, if they are going to alter their approach to face off against WAG. They make it out of the bunker, and they're still surviving.
But the thing is, WAG is taking this bunker, and this is their advantage now. The way that they push Expand out of the Assault Bunker is quite pristine, that they can give Core Memory that opening. But no, they're chasing for Core Memory as well. X4 has been taken down though by Walls, and WAG down to their knees. It is because of Expand, and with the help of Core Memory as well. Now, who survived though, and who will survive after this encounter? And Core Memory is really hungry for points.
If Expand can make it out of this, it is going to really increase their chances. But Ray from Evil's Divine denies it. Gets the knockdown, jump cashes in the point, and now Expand are down one man. Will Evil's Divine stick their hand any deeper into this honeypot? As Toda gets eliminated. 6-point Cougar getting caught from the side of Big, holding on, and Trian finds one. GOW getting wiped out off screen, 2 down to just 6 teams, and TRM takes quick of Expand. 11 points, the best round for Core Memory so far.
Yeah, definitely a best round indeed. They managed to take 2 away from Evo's Divine. 1 has been picked up, and they are still ready to be able to go in for a fight. Close counter engagement coming from Aim God, and there goes a hit. M5 a 90 right now. Domination, but they only got 4 points. So I guess they are angry because some teams are stealing all those eliminations.
They will try to get a couple more on their way into the final zone. Vamos! Last time we saw them, there were 11 teams around, but they have survived a big chunk of that sequence. Now in top 6. If anything, placement points is going to start working. It's going to start benefiting Vamos. 3 glue wall melters going to expose the position. Not really sure if that's what they want, because now Evos are going to turn their sights on them. Rastia getting a couple of wall bangs, takes out June. And those blue walls aren't going to hold on for long. Rastia cleans them up. Vamos out in 6th place.
What? Yeah, and Faiz for the finishing touch. I love how Russia is just switching it with that BSK as well as that M82B to put more damage. And I guess it's working. It's working for them. Now we have the top 4 for this map. Evo's Divine has lost wonderful players, and Burim United have 5 already. This is, for today, a rare occurrence that we've seen Burim United in the final 4. And they are now bringing all they have to get this booyah. Now let's see if they'll be able to bring that or take that away from the other teams. Aim God as well as Ray has been taken out, and you know how it is. If Moshi has their eyes on you, you will not survive.
Yeah, this is not Thailand against Indonesia. This is BRU against Indonesia. In the top 4, we got EVOS, we got Onyx, BTR, EVOS down in the last legs. So we can count them out. EVOS out in 4th place. Now, I gotta work through the ranks. It's Onyx Olympus who flew in from the other side, eliminating the disadvantage in terms of the terrain. They make it underneath. They did lose wings though. Bias ruining the party for Onyx Olympus. It might just come down to BRU against BTR. Jonah making this rotation. Does BRU see this? If they don't, it's gonna be disastrous, but they do spot it out. Switching place with BRU. BTR now having to deal with Zairu. What a rush from Kyong. He was not expecting that. BTR finds space.
Yeah, they find space, and only 1 remaining for Onyx Olympus to take down. But for Burim United, good rotation they have done to take the place of BTR and then flank them on the right. Because of the distraction coming from Onyx Olympus, they weren't able to really catch off how Beryllium United is running, but the blue walls will melted right now, plus a Riptide Rhythm, and they will need to get cover. But I don't think that will be helping them that much because the 1-3 split that is being done by Beryllium United is putting so much pressure on BTR.
Yeah, BRU got a good pick up onto BTR, but the grenade launcher and the Trogon is going to change the state of this final circle. Now BTR are in control. Onyx Olympus though still silent. They could ruin everything that BTR has worked for up to this point. But the focus is between BRU and BTR. Adam is not going to show himself, but he does have the shotgun in his hands. And the backs that are facing him are the backs of BTR. Koja takes out Wasana. There's one more member of BRU left is Moshi. The sniper ain't gonna stand this time. And finally Adam shows himself, but it's against the entire squad of BTR. He needs a miracle of a clutch, but sometimes even a miracle isn't enough. Adam finds one, but can he get more? BTR mows him down and denies any sort of an outplay. Bigatron finds Booyah.
Bigatron, it is a different team, but coming from the same region, Indonesia is really rocking it today. Sorry, Beryllium fans and Thailand fans. I don't think we will be seeing Misa that soon, and that is a denial overall for all of you. But again, BTR, they've worked their way all throughout second place in the first match, only getting 5 points or 10 points on the second, and then they moved up slowly but surely until this moment. They grab a 14 elimination plus the Booyah. That is a lot to scream about for the scene.
4 out of 5 Booyahs have gone to Indonesia. Conchita Caroline getting work done today. It's working overtime.
OT.
Going OT for sure. And we might even have a chance to end the day without ever seeing Misa from Thailand, right? It would be a rare occurrence in the history books of Free Fire interviews. I don't think we've ever gone a day without Thailand winning any Booyah. But this is another situation. BRU, they got the lead, but BTR with explosive with the utilities, they caught BRU off guard, and just like that, they pushed in for the win. It was unfortunate because I think BRU had a good thing going for them, but they just were not expecting the RGS and Trogons to end up being their demise. Booyah for Bigatron Esports, the first for them today, but the 4th for the region.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, I love how to position themselves. BTR really showed up mirroring what Beryllium United often do. Sniper will be taking information, and then that Riptide Rhythm as well as the Glue Wall Melters has taken or broken down the defenses of Beryllium United. Thus, a sweep is bound to happen, leaving Moshi behind for that final engagement for BRU. But for Adam though, props to him, surviving into the edge until the blue has closed in, and he survived in second. So we are just seeing elegant work from Indonesia overall. Like what I said, it's a different region, or it's a different team, but the same region overall. And we gave them that that moment earlier when we were talking about the rise of Indonesia.
Yeah, and I think, you know, overall, Indonesia, if you need any proof of them really adapting and showing their flair, this is one of it. Now, let's throw it back to Indonesia with Conchita Caroline to interview Bigatron about their Booyah.
Fifth game of the day and another Booyah for an Indonesian team. This one is for Bigatron. Congratulations, Bigatron. This is the 3rd Booyah overall for you and the first Booyah of the day. I'm here with Faiz. Faiz, what took you guys so long today? We've been waiting for you to finally secure a Booyah. What do you think makes you guys had to work extra hard today to finally secure one? Apa menurut Faiz yang bikin Bigatron harus agak lebih ekstra nih berusaha hari ini? Dari tadi udah kita tungguin hampir baru akhirnya dapetin Booyah pertama di pekan ini pada game kelima.
Mungkin kita baru dapat ritme buat boyanya aja sih.
Baru mendapat ritme yang awalnya mungkin dibangun dari game pertama dan peaknya di game kelima tadi ya.
Yeah.
Okay, so they feel like they just They finally found the rhythm they've been waiting for, and they've been trying to work it out from the game 1. But apparently it has to wait a little longer, and there you have it. The 5th game is a booyah for Bigetron Delta, finally. Kalau ngelihat dari bagaimana game tadi berlangsung gitu kan, Onyx kesisa 1 pemain di belakang. Itu memang intentional, disengaja biar Indonesia finish di #2 atau karena fokus kalian emang ya pertama ke tim yang terdekat dulu. We saw that you and your teammates left 1 player behind for Onyx Esports. Was that intentional? Did you do that to help another Indonesian team to get a better hashtag, or was it just something that you didn't really focus on and instead just going for the closest team?
Enggak, kita soalnya fokus yang kita dekat dulu, soalnya satu squad full kan. Kalau sendiri kita biarin aja.
Oh, jadi memang fokusnya yang terdekat aja, bukan karena mau saling ngebantu nih. Siapa tahu gitu kan brotherhood, enggak ya ternyata. So apparently they were just focusing on the closest team and did not think that leaving Onyx behind was intentional. So they weren't trying to help another Indonesian team because a game is still a game, a win is still a win, and this is a competition after all. Pertanyaan terakhir nih, setelah akhirnya memecahkan booyah di game kelima, yakin nggak bisa secure booyah lagi di game ke-6? After finally getting your booyah at game 5, do you think you will be able to secure another one or the last one?
Yakin, kita bakal usaha buat booyah 1 lagi.
Oh, bakal usaha semaksimal mungkin, janji ya?
Ya.
Okay, so he's pretty sure that he can secure another booyah, and that is on the last match, the 6th match of the day. He promised me that, so yeah, let's just see how the game turned out. That is it from us. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Faiz. Congratulations once again. Kita akan balik lagi ke para caster, kira-kira seperti apa analisanya. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Faiz, as well as Conchita, Caroline, and I love the questioning overall. I mean, at some point, it is true that they're just dealing with the team that's closest to them, and even Adam was not spotted. So props again to Adam to be able to hide away, to steal that 2nd place away from Royale United, but still the effort has been done entirely by BTR because of how they managed to throw off guard Royale United in that final battle. But as we look in some of the highlights right now, the Civil War, especially from that Todak and Expand battle, before it went in for elimination, doesn't really help Malaysia. So I think they need to find a different rotation just to make sure that they will not be caught off guard by the same region. I know it's difficult because you really don't know who you're going against.
Yeah, like sometimes when a team is like on fire, when they really have gained the momentum, it's hard to stop them, right? Like for like BTR, EVOS, these 2 teams really have gotten it going for them. I mean, GOW, again, part of the conversation. 5 MKS MVP for this game. 7 eliminations with the Skylar, 5.2k damage and 7 knockdowns. Of course, he was the first one to get knocked down by BRU, but they were not able to finish him off. And when he got picked up, he paced it back forward.
Yeah, I mean, and as a sniper, I know he is wearing that RGS as well, and won't be surprised because of the damage, the AoE damage that the RGS can bring in as a sniper. In addition to the Skylar's Riptide Rhythm, it will bring so much into battlefield. Thus, the 5,000 in that total damage. Now, as we look at the rest of the team, Tatsuya, Koda, Cassie for the active skill. For Koja, that Alvaro, Joseph, and Kairos, as well as the double Kairos to be exact. For Kyung as well, it just brings more of that that defense breaker into the mix, building up that energy points, and they are converting it, plus the support coming from Dix. But in terms of elimination, Faiz really top it off with 7, followed by Kyung with 3. That's 10 already, 14 overall.
Yeah, given the 26 big points off of this round, and Indonesia really is on top, right? I saw one of the chatters like, this is Indonesia. Yeah, ini Indonesia. Today is their day. Like, they are really tearing up a storm. Key players, Faiz MKS, highest limbs, most damage dealt. But of course, Jonah also received some flowers, right? 2 eliminations by grenade.
Yeah, I mean, that has been most of the highlight coming from Jonah, whether it's M79, whether it's Grenade, he just knows how to cook them. But it does show up in terms of how the follow-up is and for the rest of the team, and that is just what's missing right now for Bremen United. But individually, they are making their way. You did mention one player is an entire team overall. Even for before they went into rotation against BTR, they are not focusing in one area. They have split their focus and like make way to survive all those carnage and to try to rotate. But it didn't work out for them that much, even in terms of points. Only 6 in elimination, bringing them into the 4th, where BTR really rocket off, and then followed by Onyx Olympus, who we thought didn't get so much of elimination, but they are second place, 9 elimination. And you did mention Core Memory is doing well. This is one of the best games for top Core Memory for the day, if not for the 3 weeks.
Yeah. You look at this, right? BRU somehow still keeps itself in the lead, after a decent, round, finished top 3. Evo still lagging behind, but again, the race is pretty close. Evo 6 more points before they tie with BRU. If BRU can keep this up in the final round, then they get to keep their spot at least by the end of the day. If not, then I think we can see Evos really overtake BRU unless they drop out too soon, which I don't see happening.
I mean, they're silent in the beginning and then slowly getting all those points. But again, it's still BRU who managed to beat them with 2 points. They were 4 points behind earlier, but now they're 6 points behind. But again, performance overall, it is brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra that has been equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. So if you are looking for a gaming phone, an ordinary, I would say a daily phone, why not grab a Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra? Because we talked about this earlier. It is an all-rounded mobile phone in your hand.
Absolutely. If you so happen to get this phone, or you already have this phone and it's breakup season, and then your partner leaves you and you want to crop them out of some good pictures, use that AI technology. They are out of your scenery pic, right? You go traveling, you don't need them to be a part of that memory. It's yours and yours alone. As now we spin the wheel and see which map we go to. Statistically, we've been to Alpine a lot, we've been to Kalahari, we've been to, was it Nextera? Yeah, I want to see if you go to... I want to Purgatory. You know what? Send us to Purgatory one more time.
Yeah. Let's see if that is the case. Would it be a back-to-back? That is the biggest question. And it is. So far, out of this competition, this is the first Purgatory for game number 6. I did mention most of it Alpine and Bermuda. I think it was last week that it happened in Kalahari, but Purgatory back-to-back. Will this be another rise of Indonesian team, or hopefully someone else takes over?
I think for a lot of people, if they want someone to take over, may it be a Thai team, right? And there's only one out of the two. You see this Core Memory pops off this round, or BRU finally locks in a win, and they have a good chance still, right? They are top 1 on Purgatory, followed by Team Flash, and then obviously Team Falcons in 3rd place, but they're not playing today.
Yeah, not playing today. And well, let's see. I mean, I love to see more of this team. Again, we mentioned about BTR topping the board from the previous match, but they're far from topping it for this map. So GOW will be in the mix, and then Evos Divine after that. So let's see if Bremen United, this might be a chance for them to grab Booyah, because they are number 1, but no Booyahs yet.
Yeah, no Booyahs yet, and that's the thing, right? Like, they have had decent rounds, but again, it's all about crossing that finishing line, right? We've seen plenty of teams, they get off to a good start, but it just could not close it out. There's one more chance for any teams who want a Booyah. We're gonna fly into Purgatory one last time. If the teams have drowned in the previous round, now they got one more chance to fight for their lives.
Yeah, let's see on how they fight for their lives, for their soul, for that booyah, because back to purgatory we go. And hopefully those who have been caught off guard with their pants down in the hot drop will be switching it around. No more pride, no more ego. Just throw that away. Throw it in all the rivers in purgatory because it's not working for you. It might have in a few instances of eliminating one or two, but survivability, you need that overall. That is the name of the game for Battle Royale.
Yeah, I think, you know, for the teams that I wonder if they'll change the drop spot. It seems like I wonder if the ski lodge players would change. And before any, you know, shooting happens, there's this one dude who thinks that I'm Indonesian because I spoke some Indo. Ayuk, gua bukan Indonesia, bukan Indonesian, gua Malaysian. Tapi gua bisa bahasa berbicara Indonesia sikit-sikit. It means I know how to speak Indonesian.
Yeah,
just to translate.
It's quite similar though. I mean,
yeah,
going back to the link.
Yeah, a bit of similarities between, you know, bahasa.
Yeah. Hey, well, let's see if again, thank you very much for conversing with us. But so far, in terms of conversion and like a reply from BTR, there's not so much being done by core memory at this point. And 1 or 2 elimination already went in. Another Todak and Expand engagement happening. And another question that they need to answer. Why? Why are you doing this to the uncles?
Hey, you know what they say? The new gen is here to take over the old gen. I don't know what they call it in English, but in Mandarin there's a saying that says if the old don't go, the new don't come. It's a very rough translation, but you get the meaning, you know.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm an old guy really hanging around with kids. 40 plus. So there's no hanging around anymore for Expand. And it's not even Todak who finished them off. It was Evos. Now Todak is the ones in trouble right now because the same area, same teams, and Evos is just waiting for this. They were waiting a little bit longer from earlier, but after hearing this engagement, they know that damage has been dealt, and they want to take advantage. So 2 players from Todak. I think Jojo is the next one to go down.
And Evos, shot from aim guard. Didn't get anything yet, but there's another victim on the other side of the wall. Again, trapped in ski lodge. Once they find you, there's no going out. So Evos finds the 3rd point.
Yeah, 3rd point indeed. Jojo is still knocked down, bleeding out, so it means Todak is still alive and kicking. And let's see if that would be the case for long. But Evo's Divine, 4 eliminations already. So far, they have been denied of so much points earlier from the previous match. They only got 5 elimination, but they had good placement. So 7 points plus, so that's a total of 12 overall. But in terms of goal or target, especially in how Evo's Divine is working at, that is low. So I think they are here to catch up and probably take that number 1 spot against Buriram United.
Let's see, BTR got the vehicle to rotate, should bring it to a very safe spot. Well, clean up some, tie out some loose ends. There you go, Pyramid, that goes to the blue wall, and Trap dashes away with the Rebel Rush. As BTR want to go for the chase, though it seems like they have the intention, right? They drop the Arvo, the Binoculars, they see no one. The process of elimination, they should know where Traps is. There they are, they found him.
They found him, and process of elimination eliminated as well. So Traps is out, Bai is still alive, and well, there's little to no way that he can get out. So earlier it was Evos, and now it is BTR. I guess they are just trading in terms of who is taking out who. But Young right now a little too aggressive, but missed that opportunity, or probably just went for that distraction. But BTR is not out woods just yet. We still have GOW Vietnam still waiting for another booyah.
BTR, let's see. So they get to rotate. This is probably one of the better rounds that they get to rotate, right? Like they didn't need to face up against much, no much pressure. Wow, finds a bunker. So many good resources for BTR. As for Fire Brigade, we got Onyx Olympus, who might run into Team Flash, or who Team Flash might run into as they come in from the northwestern side.
Yeah, let's see if... I was just about to say if they will be able to spot Onyx Olympus, but I think Wings has a different story overall, especially with that level 3 already on his hands. And he's just that cheeky because he knows he has the firepower, but firepower plus translating it to an elimination is quite different. So let's see if this is something that they can do, because they've rattled the Hornet's nest or Flash's nest at this point.
And there goes the UAV deployed. Onyx spitting up a 2-2 formation, right? You got two main bodies here to make contact and intercept Team Flash. And we got someone at the Fire Brigade literally on the southern end to provide that long range. It seems like Huang Am also having the same thought. So it's a 3-1 split for both sides. Both having the same ideas.
Yeah, I mean, it's standard, I would say. The 3-1 split is working, whether it's a 3-1 or 1-3. But for Onyx Olympus, 2-2, and the Cyru Rosa in hand brings death to death, and Cyru will be going down as well. But quick revival has been done onto death. It's not yet over for Team Flash, but I think this is time for them to back away. But no, who's flying in? It's Wang Am taking the lead on the other side, but no! Through the glue wall, M82B, and there you have it, a takedown by Wings.
And that is going to open up some more avenues to go for more. Here comes Adam, misses the second shot. ABCD, well, he gets the trade back. That's pretty unfortunate for Onyx Olympus. That is their fight to lose. Cyru also loses out ABCD with a 2-man knockdown. And Onyx, they still want to fight.
Yeah, they still want to fight, and surprisingly, Team Flash is not backing away despite of all damage dealt onto them. AoE, M79, but I think Wings will be able to help this out. Up close and personal, AWM, but it's risky at this point. Despite of how accurate you are, you still need that distance. But here comes the rest of Onyx Olympus. ABCD was forced to rotate, and Adam right now not stepping it just yet. Wings might be able to provide that cover.
For Team Flash, so they were able to really weather the storm, which is step number 1, right? Again, I feel like Onyx Olympus, they had every single chance to make a clean wipe, but now the Team Flash have gotten time, even block up the entrance. I'm not really sure if Kami KS wants to even attempt to break right through. Might as well start considering what's the next move, because look at Team Flash, they've spread out. So if Onyx Olympus aren't aware of this, they might be in danger.
Yeah, I mean, they're caught off guard in a pinch, and they are not expecting this. But Crime MKS is able to go for takedown with that Trogon, and still on a good way to find another. But again, because of that split up, because of that drop, it's not over just yet, and the Zom managed to take down one more from Onyx Olympus. So Adam and Wings might be shaking their boots right now because the rest of Team Flash is rushing in.
Yeah, this is going to be so drawn out. They're lucky that there are no other teams around. Okay, opportunity number 2 for Onyx Olympus, and they're missing all their shots.
No.
You cannot let that happen if you're Onyx. This fatal mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they got too comfortable with the snipes. Wherein you should have at least a Trogon or M590 up close instead of an AC8 or AWM up close. And that's what it did. Because of that, missing all those shots, it bought time for Team Flash to be able to flank them from both sides. And it's just a waiting game. But let's see of how long they can wait, because Todak is behind him. It's good enough for Team Flash, but they were not gunned down. They do have one vehicle, or make that 2 vehicle to be able to rotate. But bigger rotation core memory is trying to rotate past Graham United, and WAG is just running through them. So I don't think VRU will be gunning them down. Probably a little bit of distraction though, just to push them or make sure that they don't rush.
Let's see VRU now against WAG. It's going to be a slow burn, right? So far, no third party yet. Wasana in the front. Then they blew off just to delay the push from the side of VRU. WAG falling back very well. Not forcing any contact with Wasana. Good discipline from the Vietnamese. Here comes Red Thai Rhythm. Wasana with the Rebel Rush just to back off as WAG pushing envelope. Moshi is going to relocate from behind. This could be a great chance for them to break apart the formation of WAG. Allen, Rebel Rush, gets close to Moshi but has no idea just yet. Wasana with the interception. What a dance between these two teams.
Definitely a dance, a tango, and they're just going back and forth, still maintaining the difference. They are still maintaining the line between them. Get high, almost damaged. Cassie still connected to Wasana, and Wasana was able to go for that shutdown, but Jonah will be taken down as well. So everyone backs away, but with all that noise, WAG will be introduced to Visaka Sriwijaya, a new target for them, and it is Allen who goes down, gunned down by the Guns.
And Guns gets a quick point. They might get more though, Jonah! Oh no, they did not know! The Visaka Sriwijaya was right behind them!
Oh my god!
Oh, shot down from the skies!
That was an SVD domination. Guns overall dragging that Dragunov, making Buriram United look like they are ducks or sitting ducks in the air.
There's no better way to put it. That was just unfortunate. Like, you know, Visaka Sriwijaya, right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Oh man, BRU fans, I hope you guys sleep well tonight.
Oh well, I guess they will be sleeping tonight because, hopefully not so much of some heavy hearts. But I'm pretty sure they didn't expect this to happen to Buriram United. Well, I guess the other matches to happen to Buriram United, but that was just Visaka Sriwijaya, like, dominance in accuracy. No one will be like, I couldn't see anyone who can manage to do so, but the angle that they took, that Buriram United took, is just aligned to where Visaka Sriwijaya does. They were able to just adjust a little bit and gun them down. But let's see, it is another hope for Thailand for core memory against Todak, but both teams are feeling the heat.
And so far, Todak is on the losing end of things. JoJo's and Trapco going down. But they are striking back. They punch back hard. And they lose no one in the process. Well, JoJo bled out. But great fight from Todak.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they will need all this motivation, especially I think from the previous match, they have a lot more, or the one before that, in Nextera. So they had a lot more and they are hungry for it. For WAG right now, Gririn will be stuck. Monster Truck will not work, but X-Bore from afar! That was just a distraction! It is a trap! Noki's the only one remaining! Another launch pad, and his will just be jumping in, aligned with the other team, and he goes down, and that's from the hands of Vamos.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Todak, unfortunate, had a good fight, but just couldn't weather the incoming storm, right? There's just so many other factors with such a small circle to work with. Right now, for GOW against Team Flash, let's see, these two teams have come close. At least GOW has a booyah, not Team Flash. What a retire rhythm. All those glue walls go down. Evos bare naked in the open, but Aimgor still finds a shot onto Faiz. That sniper has gone down. All of the unfortunate close range combat. Time Turner gets dropped, but Evos just mows right through. Kyongstu's no chance. And just great usage of utility. Koju gets traded back, and Deeks needs to really put in the work, but Koja gets lost in the process, and now Deeks gets surrounded by two players of Evo's Divine, shot down by Ray. Faiz is no more. Evo's Divine survives.
Evo's Divine survives and rocking it. 8 eliminations overall. Coach Hill might have gunned down, but that is not slowing Evo's Divine. Bigatron Esports, though, a little tough on them because they were really putting so much of effort to survive as well as put in damage, but for this instance, GOW wants it even more. They want that second booyah as well, and they take down the Visaka Sriwijaya, but unfortunate for them, they're missing one player. It is only Team Vamos who is a full squad right now, and I would say in a clear view of Evo's Divine, but they are defending themselves quite well, even with that shot from the glue wall. So let's see if they can rotate and probably escape from that, as Evo Zivan is now distracted by GOW.
Let's see, Vamos all hiding behind a rock, a boulder. Evos knows that. Top 3 teams, Vamos, Evos, and GOW. Again, no Thai teams today. We won't see Miss Misa. Oh boy, the tragedy, what to do? It is the state of week 3. Let's see, GOW, they're gonna be the one that makes the first move.
Yeah, GOW rushing into Evo Divine, and the only question is who will go down. But one thing's for sure, Team Vamos might be taking advantage of them because of all the confusion and all the blue walls resources being waited. But Ray right now tries to save and rescue them with a position, but outside of the blue, and Team Vamos right now just steamrolling everyone. This will bring us to the uncles in this point. Only Evo Divine remaining in 1v4, and Malaysia will bring this booyah if they can finish it, and they did.
Wow, finally Vamos steps up at the very end, and just like the tagline, Hala Vamos, unos, dos, tres, La Familia have finally gotten a booyah. It's not their first, but very well deserved. A good way to end it on a high note. And of course, get to see a couple of moments on the screen later on.
See how Team Vamos really changed it up. Well, talking about being stuck in a rock in a hard place, that is something that most teams will not survive. Being targeted by Evo Divine, and they should thank GOW. They saved them from that, and also not only as they has been saved by GOW, but they faded forward by taking them out a little bit too early. And Evo Divine, the only player who has been hanging back after all, or while all the carnage has been happening, is the only guy who managed to survive and grab that second place for the White Tigers.
Oh yes, Vamos finally. That's the booyah. Also, how I missed some of these faces on that booyah screen, especially Axel. So long we've been, like the glory days. There's a trip down memory lane, but Vamos, they've proven that again they can stand up against the Grace when put in the right situation. Obviously, this one, they were in the right place at the right time. If we talk about overall, there's a lot to work on. But the fact that they were able to close out rounds every now and then, it really proves that this team might have been cooking, and they're cooking right.
Yeah, and they're cooking it just right. Not too hard, not too soft. That is how they want it, and they maintain their position in the middle of our leaderboard, a spot that they really don't want to lose, especially as they try their best to maintain their points. Overall, for the day, they have a total of 60 points, I think, including that, and the booyah as well will really help them maintain that, or if not, move up. So in a bit, we're going to see the uncles! The uncles for the interview, and just in time. The Mustachio AJ is in the chat right now, just in time to see the uncles for this interview in Malaysia for that booyah.
Yeah, just in time. You missed PRU getting wiped out, AJ. You can rewind that. That was quite a surprising moment. But aside from that, you just missed Vamos' booyah moment, which we will interview them. Well, we wouldn't interview them, but the old people will interview them in a bit.
Shots fired. I got hit by the old people. anyways, it's just quite amazing how things are turning up right now. Indonesia is rocking board. Vietnam started off GOW, who not a lot would expect them to do as well as how they perform overall within the day. But I'm loving it. I'm loving the energy coming from this team. I'm loving that they are changing their stories, changing their stars in terms of how to get back into the leaderboard, and they're doing so. Currently, I think they are close to 7th place, if not like above them. But it's when Buram United is not working, if the Buram United is sleeping or is not showing up, a lot of changes, a lot of different teams are popping off.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a good example of just the tenacity of some of these teams, right? Tenacity of some of these teams, and just how some of them, just the spirit of consistently fighting on. I know that, you know, for Vamos, you can see that they've been trying a couple of times. There were some very, very rough rounds, but even in the rough rounds, I think Vamos has been able to make use of some of those situations to put themselves in the middle of the pack. But then again, today has been quite a roller coaster of a day, right? Again, we don't really see a day. I don't think there's ever been a day without a Thai team getting a single booyah. But we're gonna put that beside. Now let's send it to the Malaysian studio and let them talk to Vamos about that booyah.
Vamos kita. Ayo kita. Vamos kita. Congratulations, Excel.
Okay, terima kasih.
Wah, senyum lebar
Sikit ya.
So anyway, first question 2. Game number 1, game number 2, game number 3, game number 4, you a bit struggle. You try to get the position, you try to get the setup, but always made up in Toda and other opponents. So how did you do, what you do, the changes to make you to get the booyah for game number 6? Kalau lihat daripada gameplay game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, struggle tau. Lepas tu mesti berjodoh dengan Toda. Tapi game ke-6 buat magic ke? Betul-betul buat magic lah.
Kalau yang game 1 sampai game 5 tu, kita orang memang struggle sikit lah sebab kita orang tak expect sebenarnya kita orang akan di rotate di sini.
Jujur tak bagus.
Lepas tu di game terakhir kita orang dah macam dah tak boleh ni. Game last ni kita kena main. So kita orang gitulah. Jadi booyah.
Okay, basically they eventually rectified the issues for game number 1, 2, 3 and 4 and 5. But eventually they change a bit into the tactical. They get a nice compound, the right moment they set the booyah for game number 6. Second question. Based on the current standing, possibility you might go for the CS mode. Are you ready to eventually in terms of firepower and mechanics for you to go ahead? Kalau lihat sekarang ini boleh kata kedudukan Vamos di tangga 9. Sekarang ini mungkin di tangga 8. Apakah persiapan tu anda untuk bermain di CS nanti?
Kalau persiapan kita untuk di CS nanti, kita pun tak tahu lagi kita orang qualify ke tak. So kita orang Ahad ni kita orang akan bermain memang lagi baik, memang all out habis untuk qualifykan diri ke CS nanti.
Okay, basically the statement is very simple to all the teams. They will make sure they prepare themselves in terms of mechanics, firepower. They do the best of the best to be on the to go on the CS mode. There's a Swiss mode coming soon, right? So final question to all your fans, Excel. Soalan yang terakhir untuk peminat anda di sana.
Apa?
Soalan terakhir.
Soalan?
Jawab ni. Adakah pada viewers anda ingin berikan?
Soalan pada viewers?
Apakah anda akan ucapan?
Ucapan.
Saya pun tengah excited sekarang ni sebenarnya. What is your...
Kalau ucapan, terima kasih kepada yang support Vamos, memang support daripada bawah lah. Korang sangat hargai, tanpa korang, siapalah kita orang.
Yeah, that's it. Our final answer is basically to all the followers. Thank you so much for the support. Without you guys, Vamos will not be Vamos what they are now. So anyway, this is it. So we are going for a highlight soon. So back to roll to highlight. Congrats to Vamos. Finally, they get a booyah for tonight. Booyah number 2.
Oh man. Well, there you have it from the EXO himself, and we can see Shock is so excited. He's asking, what are your last questions to the viewer? And EXO visibly confused. What he meant was last words. Either way, well, what a way to end the night, right? Like my good friend Gordon Ramsay always say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. No one remembers who got the first, second, third, fourth, fifth booyah, but everyone remembers who finished the last round of the day with a booyah, and that's Team Vamos.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Vamos went Vaminos at this point, and I love that they are switching it up, and that switch up really translated to the booyah. So hopefully this is not a thing for Vamos right here, that they have to wait for the last match. They have to wait for the last map before grabbing a booyah or before performing, because that would spell trouble overall, especially if they get into grand finals, when they get into grand finals, and then that's where they have to warm up quite long. But I think it is a good stride for Malaysia overall, and a good chance as well for Team Vamos to show up even more.
Yeah, and hopefully this inspires the rest of the team, and not just the Malaysian teams, right? Any other teams out there who are also struggling with their games. Obviously some teams have been having a rough one, especially like the core memory, for example, really haven't been having the best rounds. I think the best performing round was like top 3, top 4.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is a good example of what teams at the bottom can achieve sometimes. And Vamos, hopefully this is enough to put them in a position where they can comfortably play their last 6 rounds somewhere down the weekend and qualify for at least top 12, if not top 8.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really need this head start, I would say, for the phase 1, because in phase 2 it would be more difficult because you only have a few chances, a few days to be able to get into the grand final. So we'll see. There's a lot of things that will be happening. Again, we are just getting closer to the end of phase 1. We're just on day number 1 of this week, but pretty much the groups are making their way to make sure that they get more points out of the 2 days in the 3 days in a week, because it's quite limited. We've seen some teams really struggle at that front. They make headway, and then once they're resting, they are just pushed down.
Yeah, and I think that's the dynamic I like. I like the push and pull between these teams. I like it. Gone are the days where only one team sits at the top. We spend a good amount of the first 2-3 years with only Buriram at the top and no one is contesting them. But now it no longer is the case, right? Teams are starting to win. Different teams are starting to win, albeit from the same region. And I think this competitiveness is going to, it's like a chain effect, right? It's going to constantly give us that endless cycle of improvement and bring us back to our glory days, make us the strongest region once more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with all these changes, with all the adjustment, and you won't be strong unless you put so much pressure. It's like bodybuilding or whatever, exercise or whatever. If you don't put that much pressure, if you don't put that much weight, it will not translate to bigger muscles. So I guess that's what we have to do, because Brim has been building up their record overall, and the other teams, as you did mention, is not so much of a challenge. But we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out if this continues. There are some tactics though, wherein, like Team Falcons, they don't show up pretty much in knockout stage as long as they are part of the threshold for the next qualifier, and then that's where they bring it on, unsuspected, unseen, and they just outplay the other teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of, teams becoming the benchmark themselves, right? First, it was only BRU, and then we start to see Falcons, right? Well, CGGG back then, and then Reverse Red, and then Enigma Galaxy, and then the Vietnamese team started stepping up, and then Indonesia came out of nowhere and overtook the Vietnamese teams. But there was even a point in time where Malaysia, we were also setting a good benchmark for who is qualified to make it at least onto an international stage. And like your bodybuilding analogy, sometimes you gotta break things down before you can build them back up stronger. And I think right now a lot of teams are going through that process, right? They're realizing that they're not who they were before. I think Core Memory Esports is a prime example of a team that used to be at the top, at the forefront of competitors, but right now they are getting brushed aside because they are not able to keep up. And hopefully, with time, they are going to return to that prime form.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. They need to find a solid replacement for Limit X7. I think that loss, as well as other things, probably might have changed their pace, and they're slowly bringing it back. It's quite slow though compared to what we often see from Core Memory when they were attacked all around, and now they have a lot of struggles to deal with, because it's not just within their region, it's the other regions as well who are just moving up. Today, it looked like on the board it's a rise of Indonesia, but overall, like, GOW has been performing. Vietnam is being represented by GOW, and that's another record that we want to see, another motivation that we want to see, that even one out of all the representatives from the region will be able to pop off, and probably by tomorrow the rest will fall.
Yeah, and that's how you kind of start a movement, right? When a team is performing well, it elevates the quality of everyone else. Sometimes you become public enemy number one, but that's what allowed Brazil to beat us twice in a row, right? Like they looked up to us the entire time. They looked up to BRU the entire time. BRU was the benchmark, and now they've overcame that benchmark. They set their own. Now the whole world has turned their attention over to the Brazilian land, and what a way to do it, right? When they first got the trophy, it was in their own home soil, and I don't think you could script it, you could plan it any better than that. And I think now we really have a strong ecosystem on our hands. It's no longer just SCA. We're looking at the fight between SCA and Brazil. It's finally gone intercontinental, and it can only get better.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much of effort that needs to be done. There's so much of work that needs to be done. I'm pretty sure Brazil was not just open about it, but they've done so much. Thus, they were able to outsmart the Southeast Asia from the World Championship. But so far, this ends it for the day. We'll see you again another match for tomorrow. All right. Okay, so we have the challenge.
All right, thank you so much, casters. Who's waiting
I heard a countdown and I was like, what?
And I'm here with Dix, the captain of Bigatron. Hello.
Hello.
Ini kan challenge-nya adalah negara mana kira-kira yang berhasil menorehkan poin tertinggi, ya kan? Kalau ngelihat dari pencatatan Indonesia yang dari tadi lumayan banyak buya sih, harusnya kita nggak ada di urutan terbawah ya. Kamu yakin nggak kira-kira Indonesia bisa menangin challenge ini? Aku translate dulu ya. Are you sure that Indonesia can win today's challenge, seeing how many booyahs that we have secured today and seeing the way that we have been playing? Bigatron, of course, also secured booyah today. Are you 100% sure that we can win today's challenge?
Yakin banget.
Yakin banget?
Ya.
Apa yang bikin seyakin itu?
Soalnya tadi kita ngitung poin kita lumayan gede.
So he's very, very sure because he's been counting the points behind the stage, and he also have been calculating the other team's points as well, because we're actually looking for that one country that can achieve the most points of the day. We're still waiting for the results, but before that, another question for Dix. Ini pertanyaan terakhir. Ngelihat hasil dari pekan ketiga, hari pertama, sepanas apa menurut kamu persaingan setelah pekan-pekan kemarin kan bisa dibilang lebih banyak adaptasi dan juga penyesuaian strategi ya. Apakah sekarang udah lebih terasa lagi nih pressure-nya? Aku translate dulu seperti biasa ya. Seeing how the competition has evolved, entering the third week, what do you think of the tournament? Have you been feeling the pressure? Because the first and second week was more about adapting and learning some new strategies and getting to know your teammates even better. Do you think that the third week something was definitely changed and the pressure is on to you?
Sama aja sih kayak sebelum-sebelumnya. Masih, ya musuhnya sama aja.
Masih sama aja? Bener-bener gak berasa pressure-nya?
Nggak ada pressure sama sekali.
Nice. So apparently he's not feeling any pressure at all. He still feel like it's the same. The tournament is still a tournament. They're trying to do better and that's it. Which is, for me, is a good thing. That means he's not nervous at all and he's ready to achieve more. Oke, sambil kita menunggu seperti apa result dari challenge-nya, aku mau lihat dulu nih. Kita mau lempar kira-kira mana hasilnya. Let's see.
Mana hasilnya?
All right, here we go.
Now wondering what's her name.
Take a challenge. We as a Malaysian,
Challenge.
anything goes. You name it, we'll do it. We as a Malaysian, anything goes. Introduction, we are from expanding as we are from Vamos. Introduction,
There is so much echo.
So we accept the challenge, so we need to do the elephant move. Come on, boys. Show what Malaysia can do. The elephant move. Come on, boys. Show what Malaysia can do. Elephant move.
Oh my god, so much echo. Oh my god.
Yeah, echo.
Again and again. This is Malaysian, boys and girls. This is our boys. So Malaysia boleh. We accept your talent. Malaysia boleh. Nice one. Your talent. Here we go. Fantastic. Spinning all the way. These are our boys. He's doing the job. Showing you what Malaysia can do. These are our boys. He's doing the job. Showing you what Malaysia can do. All right. Okay, boys. Nice. Good spot. So anyway, let's throw back to the other region. Let's go.
I'll bring him. And there you have it. I mean, that tornado challenge looks like spinning elephant. You did mention that earlier. Spinning elephant.
It's isn't it like one of the few quote unquote punishments or fun games depending on how you see it when you were a child?
Yeah.
I sort of remember doing that in kindergarten. I don't know, but well, it brings back memories. So that's what you get to do when you lose. There we go. MVP is Jun.
It's June and MVP. It's so ironic though. They grab the Booyah. They are the Booyah takers. They are the MVP, and yet they're the ones losing the challenge. But it is what it is right now. Challenge is challenge, and we're talking about the Malaysian trying to get back, and this is game number 6 that they did get back. 5 elimination, 1805 on the damage, and 5 knockdowns. Where Dakota, Joseph, Nairi, and Jay Beebs and Thompson in the mix. So a little bit of close to mid-range engagement coming from this guy, Jude. But we've seen him wear that M590 as well, and he's doing quite well.
And look at that, the loadout for the teams. We got, the Koda A124, the classic, right? Tatsuya, Skylar, Triple Arvon, and Beaston. Nothing too out of the ordinary. It's a very standard team comp. Sometimes you stick to the basics if that's what works for you, if that's what you're comfortable with. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that caught my eye is the Axel wearing a Suzy, wherein most of the other players, especially snipers, will be getting that Raphael. So I guess their intention really is to invest in a few more coins so that they're ready to bring back their teammates, and that survivability factor really changes the game for this team. Now, 5 elimination has been grabbed by June, 2 for Lozy, 1 for G'day, and 2 for the Axel. That makes it a total of 10 plus that Booyah. That is a total of 22 points for that match. And looking at it, they are not far behind from Onyx Olympus that also have grabbed a Booyah, and I guess that's how they need to start it off, or start this week off. Hopefully the next day that they will bring it, they will be brought back into Battlefield. They don't have to wait in the final moment of the day.
Yeah, I don't have to wait until the 11th hour. For Vamos, I feel like they already sort of figured out their identity, or what what works for them. It kind of reminds me of what we always discuss when we talk about teams like Reverse Red, right? Where in this case, instead of Saming, you're looking at the Axel being the anchor for the team from afar, but once he starts to crumble, the rest of the team falls apart, and that's why we are looking at Jun and G'day to really push the envelope, to Alazi to a certain degree. And when they get to do their job, and when Axel gets comfortable, you can really see things come together. The problem is, I feel like Vamos is the reverse of a lot of teams out there, where when it comes to scrappier fights, it feels like they struggle a lot more, but when you give them time to set up, they put out results. 22 points, 10 eliminations, and a Booyah.
Yeah, and that's one thing. I mean, for their own, so I guess they really need to work on where they are best at, but they had to work on it quick, because the other teams are really catching up. So they need to find a way to get one approach and then switch it up later on, because we're talking about a long road before the grand finals, talking about a number of weeks for the knockout stage. But before we head there, we are looking at Evo's Divine and BTR tying it off, and if it wasn't for that Booyah, it could have changed overall. If it is a tie in terms of Booyah, BTR could have taken that #1 spot in that tiebreaker. But Evo's Divine still taking the first spot, and they will be the team of the day for how many days already? If I'm not mistaken, that is a third already.
Yeah, I think it's a third already. Look at the overall standings. Evo's Divine finally overtakes BRU by 10 points. Again, majority of it comes from the eliminations. BTR in third, WAG makes it fourth. GOW, they we started the day as 12th. Now they
Yep.
are in 7th spot. Vamos still retains that 8th spot. They are now the benchmark for teams below them to overtake.
That's one thing though for GOW, consistency is the key. They didn't let go so much of the top spot. But speaking of top spot, team of the day, it is Evo's Divine, the third that they have for this knockout stage, and they're really rocking up all those points, all those extras, I would say, for the $250 for their prize.
Oh yeah, just some extra bonus on top as a reward for their phenomenal, exceptional performance today. Evo's Divine really just showing up big time, right? They got 2 booyahs today, but even in the games they don't get booyah, they are always there. They are always in the conversation. The top 4, I think there's only one round they didn't make top 4. That's why they were able to clock in 97 points if memory serves me right. This is probably the highest record for them, right, in a single day. So kudos to Evo's Divine, really putting themselves on the map. If this is them slowly getting back into EWC form, and God, I hope they get back into EWC form because they have some business to settle in Riyadh.
Yeah, definitely. And you did mention the highest record. It is 97, the highest record for Evo's Divine, but it's not just for today, but also from last week. But I guess that's it for 6 matches. A lot of surprises, but Indonesia just like took it all. Well, apart from game number 1. But Indonesia just rocking it. There's a lot more to be seen in the upcoming days. And once again, I'm Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Dusky. We are your casters for today. We'll see you on the next one tomorrow and the next. So see you in Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.